Yeah. You can't do her back. I taking care of me. Yeah, we're doing it. Something. You don't talk about you. I'm telling you. I had to go there and get up and go. Move around. I know that. No, you're not. Yeah, he's rowdy. Should that be good? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, she's not doing it right now. Oh, okay. It's this for us three. Or you can talk to them. Let me turn on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I have to have the Wi-Fi too. So I just paired the screen. No, I see. It was after spring. Dana. Oh, Dana Butthole. She used to. She could person. I need to, but you just. Oh, let's go. Look at me. I'm just I got you. It's a great goal. Oh, I meant that. Thank you. And the other thing our primary develop time to the market nursing we're training at various oh, I'm the one after this every yeah. And then they have a variety of it. They're doing one of this. Between cut information. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, fine. Yeah. I'm like, you can have to. You know what I mean? About excuse me, I mean, I'm like good. I get what are you? Oh, did you know? We had, like I said, that I was all. They're a big screen. My friend is here. Mr. Anderson. Yes. I have a it's called like where it's not many problem. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just gonna hold it. And save my contact. Sure. All the other ones. I totally interrupted. Oh, perfect. Yes, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. And then also at Harvard, we also have some okay. Perfect. We have this part technical analysis. They think it's machines. You have to. Okay. Well, the Mickey posts are. She's excited right here. She's speaking. She's moderating. Like we should. She is here. I'll make sure that she has to do more. It's all her time. Yes, all her and now so yeah. So we actually just we saw the ultimate follows. What do you call it? We already circled. Now it's yeah. A significant number of our students already come voluntarily without us having to. I know. Yeah. Right, yes.
Should be able to send all the people on the invite, on the calendar invite, the link to live stream.
Send everybody on the calendar invite the link to live stream. I can get the link real quick. Let's see. Where is it? I can actually probably share link. I can put it on Jira real quick if that helps.
Send it to me on WhatsApp first.
On WhatsApp? Oh, goodness. Okay.
Oh, sorry. No. Actually, you can send it there. I don't know.
Okay.
But you have to tag everyone, so it might be easier
Okay.
to go this way. Oh, is
Let me
it
think.
capturing now sound?
What would be the easiest way for me to get it from my computer?
If you send it to me, they can go to the calendar.
In Gmail? Or in
Gmail calendar. The email that you usually, the Gmail calendar invite that you go to on Tuesdays, you just did that. So it's usually, our meetings are usually on Tuesdays.
Got it. Right now I'm logged into the oh crap. Okay, I just realized I'm logged into this account, so I need to somehow get it to my phone so I can what's the easiest way to do that?
Can you text it to me?
Yes, let me figure that out. I actually know how to do that.
I'm Lynn Hoffman. I'm Senior Innovation Manager of Workforce Campus. And on behalf of our Board of Directors, I'd like to just welcome you to 2023 DFW Apprenticeship Accelerator Symposium. Joining me today is introduce himself quickly.
Yes, I am Dietrich Garza. I'm with Network.
We're your hosts today. We'll kind of take you through this whole long day and fun day and share some information with you as we go. Before we go any further, some buttons here. That's my big face, but we're going to skip that. All right, so here you go. You can see that we have our agenda here. We've got a call to action. This is really exciting, so grab your programs. Back, we've gone with QR codes. I know since 2020, you all just hate QR codes for what? But on your QR code, you actually have the opportunity to fill out a survey, give us feedback, what you're interested in, how we can help you, how we can work with you. There's also a link to an invaluable DOL apprenticeship toolkit. You have access to that information. You can download it, use it. If you have questions about it, we're going to have some experts up here that will be able to answer all the questions you might have. please, please, social media is in the house. We have some amazing folks with us. Our apprentices from Pegasus Media Project are here, and we've been on, it's not called Twitter anymore, X, so last year. We've got Facebook going, we have Instagram, we have LinkedIn. Be there, guys. Here's the hashtags. Let's do this. Let's get it out there. Let everybody know that you're here. Take some selfies, throw them up there, tag us. And going around during this event, all of our breaks will be Savannah. Savannah's in the back of the room. She is an amazing apprentice. She is also a UTD student. Very proud and happy to have her. She's done so much for us. So Savannah's here at the back. She's going to go around. She's going to ask you some questions. We are actually live streaming this event. So it's very exciting for us to be able to share what's happening here with our audience there so that they can really feel and understand what we're doing to learn about apprenticeship. So please, please, let's go for it. The other amazing thing is to share with you is all the folks that have made this happen. So we have an amazing group of individuals that have been working together for about a year and a half to accelerate apprenticeship here in the DFW area. These are just some of the logos. You will also see in your program some of the other folks that have sponsored this event. We're going to recognize them in just a moment. And one other fun little thing that we're doing. When you came in, you got a bingo card. So it's kind of like a bingo card, scavenger hunt, a little bit of everything. At all of the breaks, we have a moment to network, whether it's lunch or it's a break or it's a coffee stop, whatever it might be. Go find someone that meets whatever the question is. And what we do know is our Department of Labor guys would get an awful lot of signatures today. This is John up here on this table. But this will be a fun way to meet. This is a fun way to learn more about apprenticeships as well. The other thing on your table, yes, this is kindergarten. No, it's word search. What we've done is we found some very amazing keywords about apprenticeship. We want you to learn, we'll just take it home. You can do a word search, not while we're talking, but it's something fun to have and an activity to kind of keep you going as well. So we're really excited to be here. And at the whole deal on the bingo, fill the card, put your name and phone number, turn it in, throw in for Starbucks cards. Thank you to New Apprenticeship. They sponsored 10 Starbucks cards, so we're going to keep everybody caffeinated.
I would like to recognize the organizations that have graciously sponsored this year's event. Please stand and remain standing so we can show our appreciation. So please stand. Our gold sponsors, Top Talent Learning. Our silver sponsors are Dallas College Europe. Dallas College Europe. Bronze sponsors, Learning Alliance Corporation, Empower, STEM Achievers Dallas. A big thank you to the Community Foundations of Texas for inviting us back to this beautiful facility. And a thank you to Starbucks and New Apprenticeship for the caffeinated support to help us keep us alert and engaged. So thank you. I would like to welcome Randy Harrison Trotter from Workforce Solutions North Texas and Renee Parker from Workforce Solutions of Tarrant County. Together with WFS Dallas, we make up the Regional Workforce Leadership Council supporting workforce development in North Texas. I would like to recognize our multimedia and Scrum Master apprentices who have done such an amazing job to make this event a success. So Naomi, Scotty, Savannah, and Rick. Last but not least, I also consider yourself and the organization members of the DFW Apprenticeship Alliance. Please stand. Thank you as well.
To recognize all of you that have been a part of our Apprenticeship Alliance.
Yeah.
Right, so we are very excited to be here and to partner with like-minded organizations that are advancing apprenticeship here in the DFW area. What is an Apprenticeship Accelerator? So we are actually a formalized organization, part of the Department of Labor. And our job is to build awareness, formal and informal apprenticeship opportunities. Our mission is to connect employers to training providers and to meet the industry needs for hiring. We identify employer funding opportunities, and we share best practices with a national network that's affiliated with the U.S. Department of Labor. Just want you to understand a little bit about this organization and what we're doing, what our missions are, and what we're striving to do. The local environment is saying that about 54% of Texas jobs across all industries are requiring a certification, but only 45% of Texans actually have those certifications that are needed to get those jobs. There's another gap as well in tech and healthcare, where over 83% of the jobs require some type of post-secondary education or a 4-year degree, but only 60% of our career seekers actually have those requirements and meet those requirements. So the answer to help us develop this local talent pool and to keep pace with the demand and the needs of the industry is apprenticeship. And that's where this organization, our DFW Apprenticeship Accelerator, comes in. And we're designed to do all of these things. We're happy that you're here, and because you're here, you're now a part of the team. And I'll start sending you emails to the monthly calls.
We will hear from apprenticeship ambassadors, apprenticeship intermediaries, employers and apprentices, and Department of Labor. There will be plenty of time to network, ask questions, and discuss ways you can hire, train, and retain talent through apprenticeships. I want to call your attention to the program. On the back, you will find 2 QR codes. The first one is the Apprentice Tool Kit, and the second one is the link to the survey to provide feedback. Okay, so to get started, I would like to invite our own apprenticeship ambassadors to the podium, Anita Bedford and Aurora Guys. Anita Bedford, she's our experiential learning and with Dallas College. Anita Bedford is a Texas native and has over 25 years of experience in training and development. Anita holds her Master's of Science degree in Management and Leadership. She has worked for Dallas College for 14 years and is currently the Director of Learning, where she also has been selected to serve as one of the inaugural White House Department of Labor Apprenticeship Ambassadors, championing apprenticeships through speaking engagements and assisting in apprenticeship system support. Anita's team is responsible for work-based learning for Dallas College. During her tenure at Dallas College, she has worked collaboratively and instrumental in securing over $35 million in grant funding, including funding for work-based learning opportunities. She has led the charge to develop and register apprenticeships with the Department of Labor, creating the Apprenticeship Champions of Excellence consortium from Dallas College, sponsored apprenticeships in education, healthcare, logistics, manufacturing, IT, and services. And Aurora Guys is the VP of Strategic Relationships and an internal coach consultant with the new apprenticeships, a National Department of Labor sponsor. She has designed a coaching system for each apprentice to be coached during their apprenticeship program. She also trains the success coaches at the new on coaching skills and techniques. Her work in strategic collaboration is to unite national and local employers with public sector workforce partners, guiding workforce policy and expertly weaving together resources from national, state, and local apprenticeship funding to drive adoption with employers through apprenticeships to develop, innovate, and transform their workforce. Aurora has recently been named to the Department of Labor second cohort of National Apprenticeship Ambassadors. Aurora is also the founder and CEO of a Go Strategy, a leadership coaching and consulting company. So welcome.
Thank you. A lot of stuff there. Wish I knew Anita. I'll have to just start off by saying that since I've been working in the apprenticeship space, I've had the privilege and honor to work with Anita Bedford and many others. There are a lot of the Dallas College team here where they've been advancing apprenticeship, and I have to say that you run with people that are like-minded, that have vision and that are pioneers. And so with that, I just want to say thank you, and for your leadership at Dallas College. Thank you. Wasn't expecting that. Well, before we get kicked off, before we get into the conversation, we want to take a poll. So on the screen, you're going to see a QR code, and if you just point your phone at that QR code, we have a couple of questions. And these questions are to level set our understanding of apprenticeship. And Johnny Kim over there is going to show us the live responses in just a few seconds. But I want to make sure everybody has good. Okay, Johnny, I think we're ready. You go there. Let's see if this technology works, Anita.
Yeah, the notorious QR code.
Y'all are slow.
It's not working.
Okay, so we have a couple that's not working, but we have other folks that it's working, right?
There are a series of questions, so it might take a minute to click on them about. Can we go back to the code right quick for the refinement? Can we get just like a show of hands of how many are able to answer the questions? Yeah, I see some hands. We'll give them time to go through and respond to them.
Okay, Anita, what do we got?
Well, as we're looking at it here, we have a few responses that still coming in. Let's see if we can do just a few more seconds to see. Because there's like 2 responses, 4 responses. So on the first one, what's your knowledge of apprenticeship? And right now, it looks like we're trending at a 4. With the 4 being a little bit knowledgeable about what's going on in the apprenticeship world. So that's good. We have a little mixed audience as we look at the poll coming through Fred. All right, so we're up to 11 responses. Okay. Yep, so we have a lot of people in here that are knowledgeable about apprenticeship. So that makes Aurora's job and mine really easy this morning. Yep. 1 to 10? Oh, it's a 1 to 10. All right. So what about the next question?
Well, this is a good one. Apprenticeships are just for the trades. It looks like we have a very educated audience here. Okay.
Yeah. Next question.
Oh, here's industry representation. Nita, it looks like we've got, well, I'm sorry. Looks like, I don't know what high is. Look over here. Cut it off. Logistics possibly.
Yeah, that's it.
But it looks like we've got construction and high.
Maybe that's so sorry.
That didn't pan out very well. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Hey, it's a learning experience.
That's right.
So also here, when we look at apprenticeships do not lead to long-term stable careers.
Wow. I think we've got some solid ambassadors in this room. Okay. Apprenticeships offer opportunities for continuous learning and skill development.
Gosh, y'all we gotta tell me.
What do you got, Anita?
Apprenticeships are a cost-effective way to gain education and training compared to traditional college and university programs. Yep, we are right on target.
Oh, wow. Apprenticeships provide a pathway to higher education, including the opportunity to earn a degree while working. And apprenticeships are a cost-effective way, Jimmy. Cost-effective way to gain education and training compared to traditional college or university programs. We have a solid yes. Okay.
So we're looking at the training curriculum for apprenticeships programs take a long time to create and get approved by the Department of Labor. Yeah, the mixed audience, and the majority saying that it's false. And I'm quite sure John will be here tonight, is here to say, yes, that is a false.
Excellent.
Or if you're gonna go national, it doesn't go national. Does move pretty fast, and you have a bill covered by John Kuznar and support.
Okay, apprenticeships does not offer the same job opportunities as roles that require a college degree. And it looks like almost unanimously false. That 3%.
Definitely, apprentices come out making just as much, if not more, than those coming out of college degree and are already employed. Yeah. So apprenticeship is for the best in academic or do not do well in school. That is so false.
That's a big negator.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, apprenticeship is for anybody that wants to take a non-traditional way into the workforce. It's just another opportunity, it's just another journey, another choice. So
It's good.
yeah.
Okay, and apprenticeships are only for new staff and existing staff does not qualify. False, that is correct. Apprenticeships is for anyone and everyone that chooses an apprenticeship. Awesome.
Might be the tool used when you're looking at succession planning and placement within an organization. Apprenticeships do menial or most. That's so right. Well, we would be in this room today.
And it's interesting because there's both entry-level apprenticeship programs as well as advanced, but they're part of the career pathway. Then apprenticeships do not pay while going through the training. False. So that's true, that apprenticeships do pay while you're learning. It's good. And then any questions? All right. All right, so clear definition and parameters about apprenticeship, and then what positions make sense for apprenticeship programs in the manufacturing space. How to launch an apprenticeship program. What a great segue. Thank y'all for participating. Jamie, we'll just take it back to the screen here. Awesome. All right, Anita, we had planned to talk a little bit about the components of an apprenticeship program. So why don't we get started with how do they start an apprenticeship program? Let's just say even with Dallas College.
Yeah, there are 5 pillars that make up apprenticeship, and it's important that they're all integrated in order for us to be able to build out a solid foundation for creating an apprenticeship within an organization. So you're looking at the related instruction that takes place, which is nothing but the curriculum content that we need to pull together. It is an employer-driven process. So we work with the employer to figure out exactly what is it that you need, what gaps need to be filled for the job occupation that you choose to apprentice. We also look at the on-the-job learning. It's a learning by doing model, right? The major commitment from the employer is to really hire, because it is an earn learn. For the most of the apprenticeships that we have at Dallas College, say all of them, that we sponsor, the students are paid to be in class while they also go to the OGL. That's one huge barrier that takes away for the student being able to focus on the actual content of learning in that. They have a mentor there in the facility, the employer partner site. It's important in that aspect because they need to learn about the culture. That mentor is about teaching the culture. It's about also ensuring that the apprentice gains the skill sets that they need. Let's see, we have somebody got gone through all of them. All of them. You did.
Just a point of feedback. Yesterday I met with a client of ours, or a global client, and they launched an apprenticeship program with an entry-level tech occupation. And I asked for their candid feedback. I said, if there's one thing that you would like to share with other employers and people that are getting involved in the apprenticeship space, what advice would you have to start an apprenticeship program? And they said, number one, we wish we had a bigger picture view. There you go, John. And that bigger picture view is number two, how they're mapping careers. Just because you're in HR or you've been accustomed to that arena doesn't mean that you're logically putting the pieces or puzzles together to link the succession or the career progression for individual roles. And so I just want to challenge each and every one of us in the room that when we talk about apprenticeship, it truly is about career progression of these roles, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's construction, whether it's IT, whatever it is. The pathway or the way that you design it is the same. You start with what is the need, and then how do those roles progress within the organization.
I think also while we're kind of getting the HR point here, that, you know, we have a lot of degrees embedded into these occupations. And sometimes we need to just really go back and rethink, is it really the degree we need or is it the skill? Right? Which one is it? Could be both, but either or. But I think that we have long engaged that the degree equates to the skill, and we know that it doesn't. Because we've heard from college perspective, from our employer partners, there's still a gap. When they leave us with their educational degree, there's still a gap that they have to train to in that space. So that means that we're missing part of that skill, right? Well, apprenticeship is just another way to acquire talent through a pipeline, where you can build your own, create your own, and it'll be that skill set embedded in that will be exactly what you need from an employee standpoint.
That's really great. And another piece to this, if we were to kind of take that 35,000 view of apprenticeship in terms of, well, how do we work with, with the apprenticeship ecosystem partners? How many of you here have heard of Ryan Craig? He wrote the book, New You. Any of you? Okay, well, if you haven't read his work, he basically is the advocate of creating the new model, or the model that's called the hire, train, deploy. How many of you have heard of that? Hire, train, deploy model. Okay, not very many. Okay, I would encourage you all just Google on YouTube and learn about the hire, train, deploy model. What this model is that, how many of you heard of the Red Ocean strategy? Where, strategies already exist. Well, over here there are new strategies. Well, the hire, train, deploy model is one where Anita had mentioned, does it make sense for a lot of individuals to pay the $40, $50, $60, $100,000 for a college degree? They're really looking at what's the trade-off, what's my opportunity cost? And as a result of that, you've got employers that are over here saying, you don't have the experience and you don't have the in-demand certification, so we can't hire you. What has caused this chasm? And a lot of it is systemic. You've got education, academia that is trying to catch up to meet the in-demand needs. And so what happens to the talent? They have to look for shortcuts. So in the hire, train, deploy model, what's happened is there's been an emergence of boot camps that are educating and training through pre-apprenticeships individuals that can move into the pathway of apprenticeship. And that's where Dallas College, for example, they come in, they provide not only the funding, but they also have boot camps that they partner with other partners like Empower in order to educate the talent. But to close the gap of this chasm, we have to reverse engineer in terms of how does apprenticeship work, and that begins with day one. What is the employer require day one when that employee lands in their first job on the job? What skills do they need? What culture do they need to understand to navigate the work? And then, of course, the plan on how they're going to be building those competencies. So closing the gap of how you work, or closing the gap of the bridge that we're trying to create, it's working with the partners to either provide the training or with community colleges that can integrate their talent into the boot camps or the apprenticeship, or working to collaborate on who are those employers that they're working with.
Yeah. So as we go through just another piece or component, Now, how do we bring it all together? We're gonna have a lot of talk about that throughout the day, but we wanna kind of just let you know that there's a true network that's built out. There is an ecosystem in apprenticeship that's built out. And, you know, the college is a part of that. We have collaborative partners. We're here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There is more work to be done in this area, and you can't do it alone. It can be a lift. So, you know, using and networking, which is a part of what the bingo is about today. Be sure to do that, because it's not just a game, it's also for you to find out who's here in the room with you. How can you make connections? How can we come together and collaborate to be able to bring together what it is you need for them as an organization to build out apprenticeship? And it's really not just about building it out, it's about ingraining it into the work or the organization. And that's what makes the difference as you use it as an additional pipeline for talent.
So stay tuned, we're going to give you a bonus slide here. And this actually is thanks to the Department of Labor working with the Manufacturing Association. And what you're going to see here is, again, reverse engineering. How do you develop a apprenticeship program that is part of a workforce strategy? And it's supply and demand, it's economics. And so we need to reframe the conversation and the mindset of the employers to understand what are the business goals that you currently have. It's not, let's get you to hire apprentices, let's move up to a higher level to understand what their business goals. There's a specific utility that, I have an energy background, and I've been talking to utilities, and this particular utility had a $750 million budget. $750 million budget, and its purpose is for digital transformation. Well, of that $750 million, $250 million, that's $250 million, folks, is slated for workforce development. So when we go deeper into the conversation, what are the roles that you need in order to achieve your digital transformation goals? Well, this is how you can begin to have these conversations with employers. This is what we do as apprenticeship ambassadors to really understand what the needs are. And then we map them, we map the skills with what the talent supply needs are, because we have seen many employers that need that in the supply chain of talent. They need the entry-level talent to offload more of those administrative tasks for mid-level talent, so that they can move into innovation. And as an employer, we're always looking at, well, what's my productivity, my utilization costs, and this is a great strategy to really help them, give them the lift that they need. So again, as apprenticeship ambassadors, we really want to encourage you to look at the bigger picture and engage the employers in that kind of a strategic conversation. Yeah.
And I think that's going to be pretty much our time. Lynn has been giving us the little deal. I have a couple more minutes, but we're here to help support you. So if you have any questions about apprenticeship, that's our role. We're here to answer any questions and debunk the myths that pop out when it comes to apprenticeship. But we really are excited to be here to help support you today. We hope you enjoy the rest of the day with all the folks that will have a panel with all apprentices here too, I believe today. So we'll get a chance to see the full scope of work.
Thank y'all very much. We appreciate y'all.
Let's give Laura and Anita a round of applause. Appreciate it. So next is our employer panel, moderated by Jonathan Pride, our Executive Director at InPower, followed by a Q&A. I'll go ahead and invite Jonathan. Jonathan has served as our Executive Director of InPower Texas since March of 2021. He joined InPower from Mobile Mini Solutions, a global storage solutions company, where he served as a regional director for the past 6 years. He is a former Army and military intelligence officer. He served 7.5 years on active duty and 1 year in the Virginia National Guard. Jonathan has many passions in life, but his biggest passion is motivating and inspiring people. His greatest professional accomplishment was helping to promote several individuals into roles with greater responsibility. As such, he recently authored his first book titled Caterpillars Don't Fly, which encourages people to unlock their inner potential and live life to the fullest. Jonathan has a master's degree in business and organizational management from Webster University, a bachelor's degree in political science and English from Norwich University, and a master's certificate in applied project management and a Six Sigma Black Belt from Villanova University. Jonathan was born and raised in New York City. He is married to his wife of 10 plus years with 3 beautiful children living in Dallas, Texas. So that's it. Go ahead and invite him up. Jonathan.
Thank you. I didn't think I was sitting in my bio read, so I'm not that important actually. It sounded great. So I'm honored to be here today. I'm going to be joined by some amazing panelists. I'm going to ask them to join us on stage here. Dean Kapia, the CEO of Top Talent Learning. Tim Shipper, the head of CBRE, the head of Global Operations, and Dr. Alicia Makaye, Chief Outreach Officer at GSA. Please join us on stage. Welcome. How's everybody doing?
Good. Well,
Good. So
you sit up here.
Here. So we are excited to be here, and I am extremely excited to be joined on stage by you three. I'll let you all introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are, your role, and tell us why this apprenticeship push means so much to you, both personally and to your organizations. Before I do, I'm going to throw a little curveball, right? Because that's what I do. I'm going to ask that you introduce yourselves without labels, because I think it's important as we break down why apprenticeships are so important in today's workforce. I think we need to start identifying that we are people first, and we all don't have an opportunity to go to Harvard. Whoever did, good for you, great for you. But you know, for a lot of people out there, there are alternate pathways to success. And so I'm going to start with Tim first, because Tim actually had a preview to this question. And then we'll go to Dr. Makaye. So Tim, who are you without labels?
Hi, so I'm Tim Shipper. I live here in Dallas, Texas. Been here 20 years now, but I am a farm kid from Iowa. I grew up on a farm. Dad was in the Navy. I served in the Navy for 8 years. I enjoy everything outdoors. And probably my most favorite thing to do is sitting on the front porch, just watching all the animals and things go by my house. I have a deep passion for this because I'm a former apprentice. I started out as a janitor, went through much the same apprenticeship program that my company uses today. And so definitely feel the need to give back, continue on with that cycle and help others with a hand up.
Hi, my name is Alicia Makaye, and this is interesting because Jonathan, you asked us to introduce without labels. I'm so used to introducing myself with the label, and so now I gotta go real authentic with y'all, and I have to tell y'all who I really am. I'm just a little country girl that grew up in a small town, Sherman, Texas, and literally I am a little girl who came from very humble beginnings, and I had 2 neighbors. I had a neighbor moved next door to me, and her name was Miss Helen Williams, and she just believed in me. She literally went to bat for me. She opened up her network, and she said, I'm gonna make sure that this little girl, and I'm gonna push her all the way through, and make sure she gets a college education. And so I am just a young girl that found somebody to believe in me, and she actually pulled her network in. And in her network was Miss P.W. Niblett. And Miss Niblett went up to Grayson County College and sat there for 8 hours and said, I'm not leaving until you give this little girl some money, period. And so that, of course, launched me into the education realm. And so why apprenticeship is so important to me is because if you don't have anybody to stand up and to believe in you and to say that he or she can do it, it's a true life or death situation for young people. And so I'm here because somebody stood at a college institution, at a junior college in my community and said, I see something in her and I'm not leaving until you make it happen. So that's what I'm here to do today. In the apprenticeship program, is really look into a young person's eyes and says, I see something in you and I'm here to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So, who am I? Last 25 years, what I've been doing is helping organizations and individuals enable and empower them to perform better than their capabilities. That's what I've been doing, and that's what my organization is all about, top talent learning. It's all about the talent, how to enable, engage, and empower individuals who work with organizations, so organizations are enabled, empowered to work and perform above and beyond their capacity. So it's all about learning and development and identifying the talent, enabling them, developing them, to perform better. I'm very passionate about people and making sure that people make organizations, so we invest in our people, engage our people, enable our people, so our organizations can do better. And that's the connection every employer has to make. And that's my focus, and that's my passion for the last 25 plus years. And why this apprenticeship program is important, because that's what it focuses on. It focuses on workforce. It focuses on people. And enables organizations to develop these people to bring the organization and empower the organizations. So that connection between the people and organization is very well effectively used in the apprenticeship program. And that's why my passion is here, and that's why I'm here focusing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. As you can tell, we're a very passionate panel, right? I love the Nike slogan. I saw it on a commercial years ago. We're all just a kid from somewhere. I think Dr. Makai said it, right? And when she talked about somebody believed in her. And when you have a collective, right, and you have some type of collaborative or some type of entity that is greater than one, pushing you just like Dr. Makai's mentor did for her, how much more can we do, right? And my first question, Tim, is for you. And just in the 10 minutes before this conference started today, we were talking about CBRE, and I didn't know this. They had 1,200 global apprentices globally, right? Some of us are trying to get our first one. CBRE is doing something right. And, you know, the program that you all have launched globally, and I know that you were key in launching the US program for that apprenticeship. Tell us a little bit about what are the factors that went into the process on why, how, when, what, you know, and all the in between with CBRE in their apprenticeship program.
Sure. So the European and the Asia Pacific, they started a lot out work councils. It's a little different apprenticeship program. It mirrors a lot of what the unions are in the United States. And so a little bit more of a commitment in long term. Here in the US, well, you know, even before CBRE, I worked for different manufacturers and utility companies, and we started apprenticeship programs. It really just came down to two things. One, like I said, I'm a farm kid from Iowa. If you can't buy it, you grow it. And so the trades have really been diminishing in those who are getting into the trades. And so you can't go out and, you know, get those folks in the market, you grow them. And so that's what we have always done. So, you know, gone out there, started apprenticeship programs so that we can, you know, grow that talent. And the second thing we were focused on is obviously, you know, growing up as a diverse person in a farm in Iowa was in the 70s was a bit different for me. And so this is a DE&I effort. So aside from the race and nationality and gender parts of DE&I, the socioeconomic part. One of the questions earlier was, is this only for people who can't afford it? It's not, but it tends to be a pathway that's generally taken for those who can't. And so that socioeconomic part, DE&I, those are that growing our own talent and DE&I are the two main factors why we continue to develop and support these. And it's been a real success for us in that. it's not easy getting started, because those are, especially if it's not something that you've done before, and as Jonathan said, trying to get just that one, but in that, for the businesses, I like what the little chart that Aurora was showing is, what matters to the business, and what we have found is, it's a quicker time to fill, so you get people in quicker than you would by just letting the job sit open for 200-300 days. We have a 50% higher first-year retention rate with our apprentices because you're giving them a chance, so that it feels they have a little bit of duty bound, right? To also give back to the folks who took a chance on them. So our turnover rate is a lot lower in that area. And then, CBRE, we're a real estate company, we're in the service part of it. We have no bodies to service, we're not making revenue. So, that equates when you're talking with the business folks, how do you get to revenue faster? You get to, you go through those apprentices. And so it's all around as we were putting those factors together, we just made it really hard to say no. And we created this more as a magnet, not a mandate, into having apprentices in our org.
It's a great segue, right? Tim raised a very interesting point, and I want to reference something Aurora told me about a year ago. I don't know if you remember this conversation, about an employer, pretty global, big, right, Fortune company, was looking for mid-level management, and Aurora was telling me that her counter to this organization was, well, listen, you have demand today for this middle-level management, but 3 years ago when I offered you apprenticeship, pathways, you said no. So that was your homegrown leadership, succession planning, and everything else. And so, Dr. Makai, you at GXA have done tremendous, right? And I just love your passion. Everyone can sense it. What does it mean for you all as an organization to really launch and pilot an apprenticeship program?
So just a little bit of background about GXA. GXA is a managed IT consulting firm. We provide IT services. We provide cybersecurity. We also provide cloud support, cloud computing, and virtual CIO services to our clients. So clients actually hire us to take on their IT department. They outsource their technology department to us. We are a small business, so unlike CBRE, we're a local small business. And so the organization is co-owned by myself as well as my business partner, and we've been owning the organization for 19 years. And so what's happened in the tech market is tech talent is very hard to come by. And so I was able to really be introduced to Empower, who is actually driving, being a part of trying to solve this tech solution in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because talent has become very tight, so it's very expensive as well. During COVID, when we first started this 19 years ago, we could get a level 1 technician at $55,000 annually a year. Now level 1 technicians are coming in anywhere from $65,000 to $85,000 annually. And so if we don't have a way to basically grow talent in our own backyard, then what happens is it puts a squeeze on the marketplace, and we're not able to provide the services to other small businesses that really depend on us. So the apprenticeship to us is a lifeline. That means that we have an opportunity for individuals who want to go in technology to be exposed to technology. We also have an opportunity for individuals who have that are in college, because we are partners of Dallas College, in order to be able to give them hands-on support so that we can get them in the marketplace faster. Technology, if you don't know anything about technology, it kept us up and running during COVID. So we became in high demand. We were like light, water, brick, gas, IT. That was as how much demand we had. We didn't have enough resources. And so our resources became very limited, so we had to begin to think outside the box is how do we deliver services to local companies that need technology support. So we had to become a very global company very quickly. So that's how we had to solve that. But at the same time, while bringing apprentices in the office, people who have never had any hands-on support, we had to partner with Dallas College to say, how do we now grow our own talent in our own backyard? Because we don't necessarily want to reach globally as a threat when you start reaching globally to tech talent and giving people access to other systems. So that's what it means to us. It's a lifeline for us.
Dean, I'm going to come to you next. Dr. Mukai mentioned this lifeline, right? You have a relatively newer, right, apprenticeship program at Top Talent Learning. What does this mean to you, hearing that it's a lifeline, hearing about the pipelines?
That's an excellent point, and we being in the IT industry and focus, all our programs are IT programs, cybersecurity programs, cloud programs, and data analysis programs. So the focus of our apprenticeship programs are on IT side of it. So it's so important, and she mentioned it so right, that this is the lifeline, and it's all about organization design, where you are hiring, how you're enabling, and how you're producing. Every headcount is a revenue. When they produce and they provide services, as she said, they are the revenue. They are the business of providing people for services. So the more educated the talent is, the more revenue is attached. And that is what we are focused on. Right now, we are working with several IT service companies, especially cybersecurity companies. We are looking at the organization design and plugging these programs with them to making sure that they are hiring at the entry level, enabling them and empowering them to perform better. And that's the whole model that we have about talent management, about making sure that top talent learning is working in that format, where we are enabling the organization through its people. And that's where the directly connects, as Dr. Mohoy said, people knowledge and people certifications and people's education directly connects to the revenue of the organization. So the more they are certified, knowledge they can be charged extra dollars for them. So of course, it is about organization outcome. This is all about business. But organization and business outcome depends on what kind of people you have and how you develop and engage your people. That's what we are excited about with this new program, that we can work with each cybersecurity companies, cloud IT companies, and make sure that we enable the organization to perform better.
So I've got a question for all three of you, Dean. I appreciate that response, and it's a great segue because you talked about revenue, right? I know us on the nonprofit side, right? We have to sell value, right? Even though we're a nonprofit service, so, leveraging a service, but it's all about value proposition. And all of you kind of alluded to this idea that it's a lifeline, it's a revenue generating stream, it's a talent pipeline program. Just a quick poll, show of hands. How many of you have advocated for an apprenticeship program at your organization? Okay, most of us, right? That's what you hear. Okay, show of hands still. How many of you have faced some type of resistance from the question of, well, how much money does it cost our organization to do this? Almost amount of equal hands. Last question, how many of you have had to build a business case for why it makes sense to launch a apprenticeship program instead of hiring everybody 6, 7 months, whatever it takes, right? Good amount of hands. So my question for you panelists, right? What is the business case? And it makes sense. And so what do you see from your employer perspective, right? Or your company's perspective that the benefits of implementing an apprenticeship are in terms of the P&L gain, efficiency gain, or anything to that effect? Open question.
So this, during COVID, we actually had a client that was expanding all over the United States of America. So as an IT provider and our duty was basically to open up all these projects and launch and basically allow for this organization to basically to take on all these different companies they were purchasing, because they were going through an acquisition. And so we were their IT provider. And so what happened was they had to order this big, I'm just gonna give an example, 100 laptops. They had to order 100 laptops. And these 100 laptops, we were already stretched thin during COVID. I mean, you got masks going on, people are isolating, and then IT support. And it's not IT supporting businesses, it's IT supporting people's houses now, because everybody's at home. And so we already have constraints going on. So Dallas College reaches out to me and says, okay, we have this particular program. I'm gonna go and say 10,000 small business entrepreneur. We want to launch it. Do you have a case that you need to basically bring in somebody in the office? And we said, yes, we have 100 laptops. If brand new laptops just came in from Dell, we need someone to image these laptops. A student can do it. Just about anybody breathing can do it. Just bring somebody here because we need help. Well, sure enough, we got a young student in the office. We actually did the numbers. This particular project itself was, let's just say $30,000 project. And, Dallas College, partnered with Goldman Sachs and said, we'll pay somebody to sit there in your space. And so you gotta come up with a program, you gotta design it, they gotta learn something, and then this has to make sense financially. And so when we did, we had to map out everything, and we actually were able to lay out the map. We got the student in there. We were able to image all the laptops. We launched them globally, all over. The student, did it flawlessly because they were able to read and write, and they were breathing, and they were able to do this. And so it was a successful program. And so the student actually got the hands-on support. Client was happy. We still kept our numbers that it was right. And it did not cost anything on our part other than bringing the student in and showing them and letting them shadow one of our team members. So that was the cost. Yes, does it mean somebody has to take out time of their day? Yes, it does. But once that student became independent enough in order to image those machines, it ended up being a very successful project.
And so I think the three highlights on this would be turnover rate, time to fill, and cost of labor. Right, so I mentioned before, it takes around 30 days to place an apprentice versus 70, 80 days to place a tradesman. So there's 40 days of revenue faster that we're getting with a 50% better first year retention. So that's 50% working. You don't have to go find that first year in retention. And then the cost of labor when we look at this, we look at right skilling. So we look at all the jobs we do. There's certain levels, as Dr. was just saying, there's certain levels that we need certain skills for. And so as we right skill the workforce, we identify here's the different job, the job tasks that the apprentice can do, which will free up time for those who have been in the trades for a while, which allow them to do higher level work because, I don't know about y'all, but my goal in life is to be rich enough that I don't have to use YouTube to fix stuff in my house anymore, right? And so, what do you do in your business? If you don't know how to fix your HVAC, you call in a vendor. Well, if you know how to do something, I think we all inherently know, if I fix my HVAC versus calling somebody in, it's cheaper. And so, as we were able to offset some of that lower tasks, work, right skill, that allowed us to call in fewer outside folks because it freed up time. And so that cost of labor went down, our revenue was realized faster, we have a better retention rate, and then in one of the areas of my teams, we measure employee engagement every year, and so we went from a 68% employee engagement to an 85% in the technical ranks. And as we looked at the reasons why, make sure it wasn't an anomaly, it was in the more tenured and skilled folks that the employee engagement went up because they now had a purpose. They weren't just working. They weren't hauling 300 air conditioning filters up anymore, right? They were passing their knowledge on. They like teaching. Many of the skilled trades folks you'll see who teach in colleges and in those trade schools because they have a passion for it. So you throw two people at them that they can teach, their employee engagement goes through the roof. Now their turnover, they don't turn over anymore. You don't have to search for anymore. See, it's a whole ecosystem, as we were talking about before, that just creates all kinds of benefits.
Thank you. I'll take a different take on this. The businesses are more about outcomes. And the business case is always depends on what's the outcome of the program. And that's where the focus is going to be there. Ensuring that organization design is correct, and organization design, develop, and real-time training is what is aligned to the outcome of the organizations. Profitability is at the end of the game. So that's what we have to focus on. How to design the organization with experience and right skilled people, as mentioned, and making sure that we have real-time training so organization develops. The design has the features in there that the development of the organization happens in the right way and the training is happening at the right time. So the organization's outcome, the profitability is there. At the end of the day, any organization that is designed incorrectly will have a higher cost on the labor side of it or on the cost on the other side. So business outcome always depends on that, and that's the core business case for this program. hiring right people at the right time and developing them at the right pace.
Yeah, it's all about the efficiency. I love that. So I'm gonna flip it though, right? Because that's what we do here, and we talk real. And you know, Alicia and Tim talked about how Alicia had someone believe in her and saw something in her that maybe you didn't see in yourself. Now Tim is, what you say, a farm boy from Iowa, right? And so maybe when Tim was born, I can presume he probably didn't think you were gonna walk in the womb right away. You know, right? There's a presumption, right? And so. What does it mean to have an established apprenticeship at an employer or an organization to the employee, to the apprentice, to the person who was given the chance? And so, talk about it from the other side.
Well, I have an apprentice in my office now. There are basically a couple of different ways that you can get apprentices in your office. You can go through Texas Workforce Commission. You can also partner with Dallas College. They do have different programs. So I had this student, young man that approached me. I was out at a career fair, and I love being in the community. That's why I gave myself a title, Chief Outreach Officer. I just love being in the community. And so I was out in the community, and this guy comes up to me and he says, hey, I really need somebody to give me a chance because I've already found somebody to sponsor me. So I was like, okay. I said, tell me about the program. So he began to explain the program. This was TWC OJT program, which is still an apprenticeship program. So we started this process in January. And this guy would never stop calling me from January and that March, January, February, March. I mean, like he stayed on me. He's like, I got this organization. They said they'll pay me to come in and learn it. I just need you to open it. So I said, okay, let me get in touch with TWC and we're going to go ahead and go through this process. This gentleman did get an apprenticeship with me. He just started in July. He waited 7 months to get his foot in the door. He said, I promise you I will not let you down. I'm going to work as hard as I can. And I know nothing about, I've never had a chance to get my hands dirty in IT, but I think this is my passion. So now we fast forward, it's October, this guy's in the office killing it. Just killing it. He's going out on client sites, he's excited, his attitude is great. And we're not paying anything out of pocket, we just need to open our door to him. But literally, he is so grateful. He said, I knocked on so many doors and nobody would let me in except GXA. And he said he's so thankful that he's there. Then I go back and I ask my employees, well, how's he doing? What do y'all think? They're like, oh my gosh, he is amazing. He's doing so well. We didn't have to go out on client site today because he actually volunteered to go out. So my employees are happy. He's learning. He's on the apprenticeship program. And so everybody is happy. He's excited. My clients are excited. We got this new young person with smiles that's coming to see him. So everybody's happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, is seeing the results, and there's one thing for business results, but seeing the results of people, and probably the first thing that I'm asked this question often, and it's always the first story that comes to my mind, and it's a father and son. So again, there was a father, he was always doing, he was a handyman, he worked his whole life, his son saw him, he always worked hard. Then he got into our apprenticeship program, and of course with his experience, he was able to get to a supervisor position rather quickly. And his son came to us and said, Mike, Dad went through your program, I want to go through the program. Because, he immediately in the household saw the pathway, saw his dad working so hard all the time and then finally achieving after, having a structured environment that took a chance on him, a way to get into that supervisory position. And so, his son, came and joined us. And so for me, that's those, and there's just hundreds of those, right, success stories that you see. There's, folks who got laid off and came, people were, we've had bartenders, we've had bank tellers. I still have one of my favorites is a bank teller, but she's running 3 states Right now, she's a manager over 3 states, and the properties of those states were a hospital system. And she was a bank teller. And, you know, she came in, she goes, I don't know what I want to do. She goes, but this looks pretty structured, and it might help me instead of me just trying to figure things out. And so I always think of Jeanette when I have situations like that. But yeah, it's in the people that you see. You know, I've had I don't think I've had anybody ever come to me and go, I can't believe you wasted my time. You know, had me go through this. You know, everybody has always appreciated it, whether they stayed in the trade or moved on. It provided them some sense of structure. You know, I know there's folks that took the structure and kind of applied it on their own and created their own structure for a different pathway in their learnings, because that's just what they were after, what they desired.
Yeah, I love it, right? It's the human element. It's why any of us are here today. It's why we do what we do. Just one more question for you, Dean, and then I want to close out with, each of you giving your thoughts and kind of your call to action. Dean, so how would you recommend this and everything we've talked about to anyone in the room who is looking to start, but they're unsure about if now's the time?
Now is the right time because of the transition in the workforce. So it's very important. But the human factor, I want to say something about that. Of course, the business outcome is where the business case is there. But though we just started the apprenticeship program, but we have an experience from the talent side of it with several of the workforce solutions programs that we support in Tarrant County, in Dallas County. We have students that go through our programs. That human element is extremely important, right? They go through these programs and get the jobs and their life changes. And we have cases that do them. But the big important piece is apprenticeship program is where the business and talent that come together. And that is the win-win situation for both. And that is a very critical factor for us to be involved in, to making sure that business has their advantages, but at the same time, we are identifying the right talent and giving them the right opportunity to come through these programs. And being the person or organization facilitating that transition in human life is a very satisfying experience. That is that's priceless. And I think it is very important for us to understand that yes, we are helping employer sponsors to further their business outcomes, but at the same time, we are helping people transition their life from nowhere to everywhere, and they can look at their life with hope. And giving somebody that hope is very important.
Man, I must have snaps on that hope, right? Yeah, so listen, I think that something that all three have just said has moved me to not happening around planning questions, but I think that in 5 minutes. So we're gonna go curveball on this one, right? And just another quick poll, right? That's what we do here. How many of you, just based on the chemistry on stage here, would have guessed that we have known each other more than just this morning? Right? This is our first time meeting. The power of positive energy in this workspace, I met them, right? But so a little bit of a white lie, but the power of positive energy, when all 4 organizations are working to the same end, different needs, different roads, same outcomes. We're trying to add hope to those who don't have opportunity or access to opportunity. When 4 organizations or 35 organizations, however many are represented, get together to make a positive impact on the community, real life change happens. Is that right? Is that fair? And so panelists, as we close out, and I do think I want one question from this audience if there is one, but what is the so what? Where do we go from here for your organizations, for the people in the room, for the folks that are apprentices at your offices, for the next panel you do? Where do you go from here? What is our call to action?
Well, the call to action that I would have for everybody in the room is where there's a will, there's a way. We're a small business owner. We have a tight budget. We service other small businesses. They have tight budgets. And I would honestly say that if you really want to get involved, there are resources that will allow you to do this with very little, I would call it monetary cost. There is going to be a human cost to it, a resource cost, because you got to take out time to train. But if the barrier is monetary, I'm here to encourage you to say that it can be done without you spending anything out of your bottom line to actually do this. And find a partner that will be willing to bring someone in your office and they'll pay for that resource to come in your office if you're willing to open up your door and just say yes. So my call to action today is just say yes. Yes to the next generation. Yes to the next young person, or even an old person too that wants to learn. Say yes, to them, because it does matter. This is a huge ecosystem. What you put in does come out. And maybe you may not be the direct beneficiary, you may be the indirect beneficiary, because when the word gets out on the street that you're willing to help, imagine how many people will show up at your door and say, I'm willing to help you to help them.
One of my favorite quotes from Teddy Roosevelt: "What you can, what you have, where you are." And so, sometimes the number and the enormity of all is an issue, but just start with one. Give one person a chance, and build from there. Everything starts somewhere. Nobody starts with everything, and that's how I've always done it. Start with one, and just kind of build off. There's a lot of lessons that you learn as you go along, because you make some mistakes. The apprentices will, you will, business will, you won't know how to do it. So, I really try to start off with 1,200. Start off with one, then go to 2, go to 3, right? Make this part of your company goals, your E&I initiatives, your company goals. One is the next quarter, 2 in the following quarter, right? So make it a part of your business growth. And if you have a target that you're shooting for, a destination, you're going to keep focusing on that, right? You have that collective focus, and have more than just a person's focus. I'm sure you have many people in your ward that could be, that are passionate about it. And if not, I'm sure you'll meet somebody here in this room today that has that same passion. What can you guys do together? Definitely just get started, set some goals, and give somebody a chance. Thank you. I know you only did that in this.
From my side, our call to action, I would say, is half the work is done. We have several registered apprenticeship programs registered and ready to go. And we also have, I should say 1/3 of the program is done, where programs are registered in several of IT areas that you can do. Another 1/3 part is workforce board. Workforce board, we work directly in contact with Tarrant County, Dallas County, and North Central Texas, where they have talent available that we can tap into. You have to just say yes. And I'll go back to say just say yes, try out, one at a time. This is something you can pilot, and we can work on that. Just pilot with one. You don't have to do a lot. 2/3 of the work is already done. 1/3 of the work is there. Just pilot one and then see what the benefit of saying yes is. What is the benefit of giving hope? Thank you.
One apprentice converted to full-time hire is one person probably lifted from poverty or conditions under poverty. That's one neighborhood that has more resources. It's one local house, local school, local restaurant, store that's getting more revenue, more income. It's an exponential growth with one. And the great words of Alicia here, just say yes. I think we're out of questions, so we no time. Is that it? Yeah. Give it up, panelists. Please.
real quickly draw your attention to some very amazing opportunities. And I'm gonna let lead us to that.
So if you would like access to the folks that we've been speaking about, who are graduating our Empower IT Tech Fundamentals program, and you'd like to give them an opportunity to either hire them full-time or to interview them or speak with candidates, they will be available at our event this Thursday. I know it's a little short notice. We are providing lunch and non-alcoholic beverages as well. You can gain access to this event by the slip of paper that's on everyone's table. You can take a picture of it. You can register for the event prior to, and it has all the details there. And like I said, you will become face-to-face with the folks that are graduating, shortly graduating our IT Tech Fundamentals program. And so this is a great opportunity, great segue into possibly bringing you on and starting an apprenticeship with your organization. If you know someone, definitely invite them as well. All can participate. Thank you.
So I know we didn't get our break because we're kind of running through this as quickly as we can. But we do have a little opportunity here for a little talk back, for you all to work together with the folks at your table. Remember the top 10 list? So at your table, underneath your candy bowl, which go ahead and reach in there because chocolate is my favorite. It's my meal yesterday. That's what I had for lunch and dinner. And I'm admitting that. But we're going to let you all create a top 10 reasons why apprenticeship. Why should we say yes to apprenticeships? So work as a team there real quickly. Come up with a top 10 list. We're going to shout those out and share those out. And then when you finish with that, then we've got an amazing group coming in. Have you ever heard of apprenticeship intermediaries? Let me tell you, the Department of Labor has put together some experts for everything that you might need to be able to launch an apprenticeship in your own organization. So, top 10 reasons for apprenticeship. Go.
I hear all the chatter. Everyone you're not the top 10 together, huh? The whole line. You're coming by and wiring. Yeah. 2 more minutes of it. When the single last are 3 minutes. 3. First person on call is Jonathan Drake.
Oh, wait, this happened.
Yeah. Alright, we've got some tricks that come around. We've got some microphones. We'll pass those around a little bit.
Who's ready?
Anyone want to just give us your number 1, 2, 3, 4? I like the game Boggle. So isn't it Boggle where if somebody's already guessed the word, you can't do that word? Something like that. So if someone reads yours, don't read that one. Let's see if we can come up with a consensus of 10 reasons, Regis.
Alright, volunteer today. Say your name and yourself, who you in.
It was 3 or 4. So the top 3 that we have is develop management to innovate rather than focus on. The second one we had is building an in-demand skill set for the apprentices. And the third one here provides a roadmap for career mobility for the apprentices. So those are the top 3 that we have.
You guys something a little different add to our list. Those are very innovative, very creative.
Renee, here's yourself, who are you in?
When I shared, it was the apprenticeship model is an easier way to enter into different industries, especially the tech world and being able to. So about one.
Thank you, Renee. Introduce yourself, who are you in?
Chantel Jones, baby with Dallas. Okay. All right. We said that apprentices are a necessity for stability of the workforce. And then we also just try to humanize this some and saying that there's a sense of social responsibility that comes along with this, that none of us have gotten to where we are if it was not for at least 1%. And we want to acknowledge that. And so our ask and call to action to organizations and corporations is to model a live as you find model. So we want to bring that on the sheet here and also talk about the value of finding purpose. That many youth and us as adults, we have spent 12 plus years in education trying to build micro skills. And so this is an opportunity to show fruit, to show value, to find your passion in the world, and to get started.
You want to? How are you doing? Here's yourself, are you ready?
I'm going to give talent. He said, employee engagement, and he has me down.
All right.
So I'm going to figure it out also. So we comments is pretty much hope. Apprentice, standards was.
Thank you. Anyone else? And we'll see.
Hello, I'm Nicole Aarons in the city of Dallas. So our top three was, it allows the employer, to receive the tax incentives, by, using those, employee, apprenticeships starting off. Also, it allows the organization to attract and retain employees. Ways to attract and retain. Also, it's just a confidence builder for, producers.
Wonderful. Get yourself a hat. 10-minute break. Be back here at 11:30 because we're going to hear from apprenticeship intermediaries. All right, thank you. And don't forget, Savannah's going to be asking your feedback, your input, your takeaways. Please share with our hearing audience. Thank you all.
What time is it again? What time should we be back?
I don't know where Jonathan went, but I wanted to give you a quick recap. Sorry, did I just walk in?
Let me get it set up for moving around real quick.
Okay, you know what? You could leave it there if we sit right in front of it. Can we do that?
Yeah, that works. Sure.
Yeah. Here you go. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
It's around here. It is. So it's back just a little forward. Move it back more. Yeah, just a little. Thank you. Perfect. There we go. That's it. And like pre-packages. Yes. Yes. Do we need to be mic'd?
I don't have one. This is the mic.
Oh, the mic.
Yeah. Bit of a messy setup, but it works. Oh, sorry.
Let's do it.
We're both going around here up here?
Yep.
All right.
Sure.
Just to make sure this is actually in place. I want if they be.
Because those are the ones that are going. When we hand them the bill, when they pick up the bill, they got it.
Yeah, well, hopefully. All right. Well, hey, Savannah, I know that we're here at the Community Foundation, the Dallas Apprenticeship Symposium event, and I just wanted to share with some of our viewers what we just heard, a quick recap from with employers. And so, Savannah, you were listening in just from the perspective of an apprentice. What did you hear the employers say in terms of benefits of apprenticeship?
Oh my goodness, well, they were talking the benefits. And I was very intrigued to listen to all of them and hear all their different perspectives of what they had to say. Yeah.
I love that. Well, you know, a couple of the takeaways that I wrote down is for employers that they use apprenticeship as part of the workforce strategy, and the workforce strategy is for DE&I, but also to reduce their costs. And I love what Tim Shipper with CBRE said when he was asked the question, you know, what is the business case for employers to adopt apprenticeship? And he said, number one, it was the the way to get to, this is, we're doing, sorry, live stream. It's to get to revenue faster. And he gave a very specific example that in order to hire an apprentice, it's 30 days versus hiring someone off this, traditionally that would be 70 or 80 days. So in his perspective, it's 40 days to get to revenue faster. That was an incredible stat that he shared. And the second thing that he talked about was retention, that they've been able to see at CBRE a 50% increase in employee retention. And part of that had to do with the job tasks, where they've gotten really good at identifying those job tasks and then being able to offload the more administrative or lower tasks that don't require a lot of heavy lifting or complexity, because it allows the seasoned, tenured employees to share their knowledge with the apprentices so that they can quickly get them up to speed. And what he's found is that has really increased the retention by 50%. And that's within the first year. And then the last thing he talked about was the cost of labor. And I found this to be really interesting because he said when they have the right skilling of the jobs, it really does free up the time for their talent, mid-level talent, to do the innovation in order to quickly get to revenue and the things that are important in business, which is basically growing. So that was a great summary of what even Tim shared.
Oh,
Right?
yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, so much going on, and we still have loads of time left. So
Yeah.
there's going to be lots of more information coming in.
A lot more information. And so you want to share with them what we've got lined up for the rest of the afternoon?
Oh, of course. Let me go ahead and pull it really quick so I can make sure. Okay, so for the rest of the afternoon, let me see, we've got going on here. Let's see, because the time right now is it's about to be 11:30. So coming up, we have Top Talent Learning, doing the DOL Apprenticeship certificate presentation with speakers with us, and then there'll be a speaker, Dean Pointa. Yes, that's right. And then of course we'll have lunch. There'll be networking for about 60 minutes, and that's one of the times that we'll be going around asking questions, making sure everybody's ready to, see what they think, what their thoughts on it are. At 1 o'clock, there's an apprentice panel with a Q&A. It's about 45 minutes. Moderators will come in. With the Empower site director, Dallas will be Juliet, executive director, and STEAM achievers. And at 1:45, there'll be a collaboration and call to action with Anita Bedford, Dallas College. And, then there'll be a break, another DOL update, and just kind of moving on. We got, the What's Next talk back, coming towards the end, recognize our sponsors, and that'll be it.
That's fantastic. So as you can see, we've got a lot of content that we're creating around apprenticeship, how it works and what's in it for you, the talent, but also what's in it for you, the employer. And then in the middle is the apprenticeship ecosystem, and those are the intermediaries that are providing the services for both talent and for employers. So Savannah, if we have a minute, maybe we can grab John Kustar from the Department of Labor to say,
Of course.
and we can fill in a little bit more for the viewers to learn about more about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go do that.
Go grab them.
Be right back.
Right back.
Chicken.
Chicken.
I don't know. It's mine, and there's chicken. Yeah.
So, well, I have with me here Anita Bedford with Dallas College, and I'm Aurora Geis with New Apprenticeship. And we are Apprenticeship Ambassadors with the Department of Labor, and we're celebrating the Dallas Symposium Apprenticeship here at Communities Foundation of Texas. So Anita, tell our viewers a little bit about what is an Apprenticeship Ambassador?
An Apprenticeship Ambassador, man, that's a mouthful for a term, but basically we are here to help serve organizations, to help them embed apprenticeships into their organizations. We are here to help support and really gain some traction around apprenticeship as a non-traditional pipeline. It's a talent.
And non-traditional pipeline, tell the viewers a little bit more about what that means.
We have our traditional ways of doing things. We put out an ad, this is the job we need, and then you go through the regular process of hiring. Here with apprenticeship, you're able to actually grow your own talent. You're able to pipeline into a role where skills and competencies have been built out around standards. So it gives more structure around a pipeline or a talent base.
You know, Anita, I love what Tim Shipper said with CBRE about how fast apprenticeship can get to, for an employer, they can hire someone faster. What have you experienced?
Wow. I mean, for us, I would say our biggest consortium with apprenticeship is healthcare. And we were able, with the Department of Labor dollars and many employer partners onboarded, actually integrate apprenticeship into their, as another option in the toolkit, another option in the toolkit to pipe in talent. So in that consortium right now, the retention rate as the last 4 or 5 5th year has been in the 90% range. So
90%.
90%.
And especially in healthcare where there's so much shortage for talent.
It is. We at Apprenticeship actually have nice occupations that have been printed at grant and through the employer partners. We have about 10 employer partners that have engaged start up till now. And it's just been a magnificent pilot to actually show how apprenticeship can work at non-traditional.
Fun fact, I lived in class.
Well, you heard it here from Anita. We're going to cut it off. We're going to take you back to the panel now.
We have Artist promotes devices, assisted vendors, shifts and linkages, healthcare organizations, companies, education, development agencies, special groups, and promoting and expanding students. They show we work together in the same organization. She's a national director with Edwards Workforce Solutions. She has more than 25 years of leadership experience in workforce development. She's dedicated to helping employers and stakeholders leverage resources within the workforce system to strengthen local communities. As an intermediary, under a contract with the U.S. Department of Labor, Michelle leads a team that provides information and technical assistance to help employers and stakeholders develop and expand registered apprenticeship programs. EQUIS also serves as the national program sponsor for registered apprenticeship programs under Michelle's leadership. They are also a part of Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas and provide direct services in our workforce centers in Dallas County. Without further ado, all of that, Limas and Michelle, welcome them.
Go ahead. I don't like to sit, as you can tell, I like to walk and talk. I grew up in Philadelphia, so that's what we do, walk and talk. First slide, please. I work for HCAP, and I wasn't looking for a job. They called me. The reason why they called me because I've been working in Alaska quite some time, and with my partner and I, over time, we started with 50 apprenticeship programs, and when we left, we had 350. A considerable amount of those programs were in the healthcare sector because my entire work life was spent in healthcare. So I didn't come in as a guy who didn't have a healthcare background. I was a clinician in physical therapy. I was an educator in physical therapy. I went to hospital administration for 5 years. I became a program head at college in medical administration, and then got picked up off industry. So, who are we? HCAP stands for Healthcare Career Advancement Program. We're a national labor management organization that help organizations, both union and non-union, develop healthcare apprenticeships in a variety of occupations. We are part of the U.S. Department of Labor, and we are also a recipient of H-1B grants and core skills funds. Next slide. When I started this job, we did not touch on that many states. I would say we've tripled our workload in the 2 years that I've been with HCAP. I am busy with California. Okay, I am very busy. Today, I got a call from California. They want to be a national sponsor for dispensing opticians, the folks that fit your glasses and contact lenses. Alaska's not up there, but I do have one program in Alaska that we're working on. The Virgin Islands is on there. I wish they would ask me to come visit for the 3 programs I'm working there in the U.S. Virgin Islands. But as you can see, we're touching on a large part of the country. In Texas alone, when I first started, I think I developed 9 programs in Houston. Got McAllen, Texas up and running. Texas is the first state that now has a registered nurse as an apprenticeship program. So that's a good one on you, Texas. And earlier, and I'll step away here. Earlier we talked about that skills gap, leaving college and going into the workforce with no experience. We now have registered nurse residency as an apprenticeship model. So Texas, again, is doing that. So a nurse, man or woman, leaves the RN program at their schools. They spend 1 year as an apprentice in RN residency program. So which leads them to successful completion of the NCLEX. Thanks a lot. How do we help? Just like the apprenticeship offices in your locations or throughout the state, our services are free. I know that's hard to believe. It's the federal government doing something for free. We assist U.S. Department of Labor offices of apprenticeship, state apprenticeship offices, develop apprenticeship programs. We develop the work processes, the competencies. If they're already in place, we just take a look at those and adjust them and make them user-friendly for those employers. We partner with colleges, post-secondary educators. When we talk about related instruction, I give an employer an opportunity to either partner with the college or university, a distance delivery model, or deliver it yourself. So, but you must, if you deliver it yourself, give us an outline of how you're going to give that didactic or the theory to that particular occupation. We help regional and local workforce systems, as you can see there. We help with the strategy for recruiting apprentices and, of course, retaining those apprentices. And we provide incentive funding if applicable. So that's a kind of a hook that gets some of those employers involved by offering them some incentive funding. And then, of course, we do things like we're doing today, attending accelerators and hosting accelerators. I think, Michelle, you're up.
Thank you. So similar to HCAP, Equus for Solutions is also an industry intermediary, and we have a contract with the U.S. Department of Labor. So all of the services that we offer are at no cost. We get that question a lot. So Equus is the nation's leading workforce development organization. We operate in 38 states, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and our sister company in Canada. And one of the things that makes it amazing when being a workforce development agency and an industry intermediary is that we serve both the employers and the career seekers. So because we serve both the employers and the career seekers, we're kind of uniquely positioned to be able to connect those dots. And we work very hard and very strategically in order to help employers connect to that talent, when they're operating apprenticeship programs and otherwise. So as you can see on the screen, we provide a lot of services across the United States. We serve adults, dislocated workers, young adults, youth, for job corps centers. But we're here today to talk about the work that we do in the apprenticeship programs. So, as Aquinas mentioned, as industry intermediaries, we provide information and technical assistance to support the development and the expansion of registered apprenticeship programs. So that can be everything from events like holding today to talk about, what is the apprenticeship program, what are the benefits of that program. But then we also take it step by step and try to simplify the process as we work with employers to help build new programs. And we work in partnership and collaboration with the state apprenticeship agencies and all of the organizations that I just mentioned that are involved, that are instruction providers, the colleges, high schools, and other stakeholders. So we do help with that program development, and when we talk about that, it's really, a lot of times it's an employer-driven, employer-developed program, and we help package that program. A lot of times it's work that we're already doing. It's simply packaging it into the format that we can submit to the state, or at a national level, if you're an employer operating in multiple states, we can submit those programs for approval. We do a lot of that work with you and for you to take that off your plate, because you've got an organization to run and individuals to train, and then we provide that ongoing support. So whether it is being able to connect the workforce system resources in order to offset the costs of operating this new program, whether it's training on diversity, equity, and inclusion, training on how to become a sponsor, what does that getting and paperwork look like. We provide that ongoing support in bite-sized pieces as you're ready, depending on the capacity of the organization. So, a lot of this has already been discussed, but as an industry intermediary, we do work to increase the awareness and help walk through what the components of a registered apprenticeship program are, help package or develop your program so that you can launch it based on your business needs. We also look to connect career seekers to your opportunities for employment, whether that's with our partnerships with the high schools, the colleges, the job corps systems, the workforce systems, all of the career seekers that we serve. We'll really, whether it's hosting hiring events or helping you get in front of those students prior to graduation, those are some of the +1 services that we offer. As Lynn mentioned, we also operate as a program sponsor. And what that basically means in short is that a lot of times organizations don't have the capacity to both start the program or launch a program and figure out how to dig in and report on the back end. So we'll take on that responsibility. We call it a placeholder sponsor. We'll take on that responsibility at no cost, so we can focus on training your new apprentices and focus on experiencing and realizing that return on investment as we continue to provide that technical assistance to help you become a sponsor on your own. A lot of the technical assistance that we provide also has to do with, like I mentioned, incentive funding. There's a lot of different ways through workforce system resources, tax credits, and incentive funding, both at the federal level, the intermediary level, state level, workforce level. A lot of different ways that you can tap into funding to help offset those costs as you grow and expand your program. There's not a commitment to cover all of the costs. However, there are a lot of ways to do that. And for your employers, a lot of times there's not the capacity or someone within the organization that has the capacity to go and learn how to connect to all of these different resources. And speaking of funding, I guess it's a good time to plug in. We do have a procurement outlet for our incentive funds. There is a competitive procurement, it's a request for application. So if anybody in the room is interested in developing or expanding a program, I'm happy to get you a link to that request for application for consideration. Some of the programs that we've developed for our employer partners and we're sponsoring are shown here on the screen. While we primarily focus on healthcare, public service, and social service, we have also helped employers in other industries. When employers do not have a resource to help, we collaborate with our peer intermediaries and our state apprenticeship agencies and workforce system partners in order to help make sure that that employer has the right support that they need to build a program. And that's it. So if we have time, we can open up questions. If not,
this occupation is getting longer. It's not just those who are clicking. We're adding our conditions to the system. Just adding critical care nurse to the system. So they're in California again. They doesn't train critical care nurses on their apprenticeship model. Closing that gap from college to the workforce.
Let's say again. Kind of interact one-on-one. All right, we have an amazing opportunity right now. We're actually going to have a presentation from Department of Labor to our gold sponsor, Top Talent Learning. So Dean, you and team, how would you like to come up? This is amazing. We've talked about this a little bit, but these folks have just launched apprenticeship programs with the Department of Labor. Timing is everything, right? So we get to be here to witness this presentation from the Department of Labor. And I'm going to turn this over real quickly to John, and then Dean's going to come and share some information with us as our gold sponsor and as an amazing employer and partner for learning.
Thank you. Hey, good morning, everybody. So hopefully you're gaining some great insights into apprenticeship, what it really is all about, how it works, what the benefits are, what the advantages are, and so forth. The DOL registration process is, well, first of all, I was just going to say something. The gentleman from the CBRE talked about him starting out his career as being an apprentice. Just so you guys know that the Department of Labor not only talks the talk, but walks the walk. When I became an apprenticeship training representative and got hired into that job, first thing they told me was, congratulations, John, you got this new job. Guess what? You're an apprentice now. And I had to go through an apprenticeship process, about 2 to 3 year process. So I have an apprenticeship certificate on my wall. I've been through the apprenticeship myself. So just wanted to share that little tidbit. The DOL does put its money where its mouth is, right? So the registration process that you have to go through is pretty stringent, right? But that's why Department of Labor registered apprenticeship as opposed to other training programs, work-based, experiential learning programs are called apprenticeships, internships, a lot of different other terms. Registered apprenticeship is a lot more stringent. It's the gold standard of apprenticeship programs. And it is that way for a reason. A lot of regulatory requirements, a lot of guidelines and policies every program sponsor has to adhere to and agree to in order to become a registered apprenticeship program and then remain a registered apprenticeship program. And somebody like me comes out to visit them every couple of years, puts them through a very rigorous review process, and we look at all aspects of the program to make sure everything is being implemented correctly, and it's being reported correctly to the DOL, and that there are no issues and apprentices are being trained properly and they're getting a good experience. So all that goes into the registered apprenticeship program and becoming a sponsor. Well, today I want to recognize one of the newest apprenticeship programs in the state of Texas. Earlier this month, we completed that whole process, registered program for Top Talent Learning. So I want to ask Dean to come on up. I'll present this certificate to him. We'll do a little photo op in a minute, so I'm going to read this certificate. United States Department of Labor, Office of Apprenticeship, Certificate of Registration of Apprenticeship Program. The Top Talent Learning, registered as part of the National Apprenticeship System in accordance with the basic standards of apprenticeship established by the Secretary of Labor, October 12, 2023.
Thank you so much, John, for all the support and guidance throughout this process. So it's not an easy process, but John was there all the way. And this is what I meant when I said it's 1/3 of the work is done, and 1/3 of the work from the workforce was there to identify the talent. It is the 1/3 side of the employers coming and saying, yes, We already have few employers lined up. And I think anybody who would like to go to cybersecurity programs, we can talk about that. So let me take a few minutes to introduce who we are. So I'll start with, do we have a clicker? Oh.
I stole it. I'm so sorry.
All right. All right, don't worry about it. I'll just talk to without it. No, don't have to catch up. It's okay. All right, I'll go without the slides. That's better sometimes. All right, so my name is Dean Kotia, and I come from a very deep background of technical education. And this technical education is 25 plus years of experience, and it starts all the way 25 years ago at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, where I was standing in front of the class teaching a technical training for one of their products. I started as a software engineer and moved into delivering, developing trainings and delivering trainings. Fast forward 25 years, I ended my career at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, leading an organization called Technical Learning Services with 141 people, designing, developing, and delivering technical education of the full $20 billion technical portfolio of Hewlett Packard Enterprise. So from standing up in front of the class to all the way designing, developing, and delivering the class, I know everything in between as far as technical education is concerned. And then I moved on, took my retirement, and moved on to create work an organization in Dallas, Fort Worth market with New Horizons Dallas. So we had a franchise opportunity, and we worked for 3 years working on that franchise, developing the whole training organization in Dallas. And then we moved on with our own brand, Top Talent Learning, as we were with the state of Texas DIR contract. We were supposed to serve the whole state of Texas, not just Dallas Fort Worth. And that's why we had to kind of let go New Horizon and expand ourselves into the whole state of Texas. And that's where we come into picture, and that's where the Department of Labor got in touch with me, and we started working on this apprenticeship program. So I have a very deep experience as far as technology is concerned, and we created this organization called Top Talent Learning. And you must have heard me say this several times, and that always stays. It's all about talent. It's all about people. And any organization, any government agencies who needs to grow needs the right people at the right time. And our job is making sure that we develop people, engage them, enable them, and grow them to provide the opportunity for the organizations to. So this is all the vision of Top Talent Learning, to make sure we work with the people, we focus on the talent, and make sure we make them top talent. And with that in mind, we work with the Department of Labor to build a program. There you go. So that's me, and this. So I'll come back to the Department of Labor. This is the last thing I'm going to talk about. That is 1/3 of the work which is done is we have these programs already registered, and it has gone through a lot of stringent requirements that the state had or the Department of Labor had. And right now, as we look into the market, cybersecurity support, cyber defense analyst, cloud support specialist, junior cloud engineer, and data scientist. These are some of the hottest roles that North Texas or the state of Texas has gap. And I'm sure as an employers in this room are looking for some of those candidates right now. We are working very closely with all 3 workforce boards in North Texas to make sure we identify the candidates for these roles. And we can develop, train them, and go through this whole program to make sure that they are right fit for your organization. So that was last 1/3 piece of coming and saying yes is what is out here, an opportunity. Let's partner together and make this thing happen. I'm here with full force. I have my Director of Education, Dale Moon, present over here, who has been center and middle of all the program development that he has done. We have a Director of Government Sales over here, who has interacted with all government agencies in the state of Texas. And I said, it's not about anything else, it's not about the talent. We are all here to make sure they have. We have our CFO, Zahida also here. So we are here in full force. We want to make sure that we play our role in this community. We play our role to help organizations and help the talent to grow and work together. With that, thank you. Any questions? I'm here to answer.
Well, we do have amazing representation here, and if you are thinking about saying yes to apprenticeship, you've got support. I love what he said, that we're 2/3 of the way done, a third of it is all that we need to do, and we've got the rest of it taken care of. So amazing, amazing. It is lunchtime, and we have to thank Europe. Thank you so much for providing our lunches. We do have vegetarian and gluten-free options, so those of you that are looking for a vegetarian or gluten-free option, please feel free to go ahead and head to the table before the rest of us so that your selections are there and available for you. We have to thank Empower as well for the drinks. They've provided all of that to us for the day. Starbucks and coffee. It's been an amazing partnership, and I'd like to appreciate and say thank you to all of our sponsors that have been a part. So a little bit about the menu, because I'm all about lunch. Beef and chicken, tofu, and for our gluten-free options, we have a salad and we have chicken. Dessert, Thai donuts. So please help yourself. We'll see you back here around 1 o'clock for our apprentice panel, which will be amazing. You can't wait to hear from them. And while we're eating lunch, there'll be some video shown. So talk more about accelerating apprenticeship. Thank you.
I'll take water. Bottled water is only fine. Yeah.
You just Yeah, that's a lot. They try to get down. Oh, so here's maybe this. But also bring employers in the table, so that they know one. I don't want you either, but I'm hiding it. It's the way around my neighborhood. Yeah. Tie down ourselves. That's my facilitation and I think it's hard to her. If she can get into the place until I say no, I can see that, you know, we're not going to come out before it was no problem. We ultimately have it. But
There's plenty more on that, coffee.
you want the more on it.
Yeah. Double bears are
They're getting all the errands. They're getting all the stuff. They're playing it out. They know their own. Well, the ladies for the horse. I am. I'm not here, so sorry. I'm not there. Sure. Somebody make a like. And somebody tell me, you tell me. Well, we knew this. There's rumor around. In policy, I love her family. Cheers. I was like, I can sit on the floor. No. I feel how long well, it was funny for me after unemployment. Sounds like what they should do outside of that. Yeah, ready. No, she didn't. That's when that's when he was trying to gave her a break. Yeah. Okay. It is. It's really. I guess he's one. John is what we do. Okay, so I right. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, it's weird. So, our brain, that's all. That's why we have it. And on the HR, that's when it's about I just thinking about almost like that. Yeah. Yeah. So, you have for you. Yeah. It's famous. Prior. I would have. Okay, but it's not taking that. And I just. It's a bit, so if you want to come in the day before you stop. I'm on the plane. Okay. No, I can just say, hey, but I have I haven't really done it yet. So I can write on so we'll just have the event, I'll let you know. We don't have to get people in school first again. They don't want to tell. They should be eligible, then just for the event, if someone, even if, let's say, we have the flyer and let's look. Okay. I gotta see if I can. Then yeah, I can let you lock my account. Living in the town. That's gonna be great. Okay, that's right. And higher. It wouldn't go well. I know Gordon said it would just be good more, but there. Employer there. Okay. I don't want to get on that. I want to that. Yeah. All right, Donna. I can see you. Yeah, I'm people very yes, they are. Yes. One, there was like a billion class. No, he's like an ideal amount. Wow, actually, we're general. I'm seeing it man now. You want to know so like that. To the other side, I got my idea. They came on the team. There's things like lots of lots of lots of for Yes, we in fact, interface. Like, I'm out. And out. And I'm open. She walked, and I said, and she said, fighting all the time. I and yeah, I came to and so I'll be flexible. And she tried to now I'm having a question. I'm like, yeah. No, but that's why I know
Share that really again. Your apprenticeship. Don't forget, media. Go ahead, take some photos, go here, do this, that. But if you're in and out and you're in conversation, we've got some great information you're gonna hear on the screens. So thanks.
This being the most unusual time in the labor market, billions of lost jobs are not yet filled. And yet still there are reports that disruptions in many sectors as a large percentage of workers say they are looking for a new job. Are some without that new job. Release that our program is offering better opportunity is the latest in our workshop material.
At current phase, the national pandemic, driving for Uber and Lyft in Virginia.
I was driving so much, I would lay down and try to take a nap and sleep, you know. And I still felt the vibrations of
No time or money to finish college, or be able to feed her daughter and pay for a hotel or rent her fourth year on their own. Pay for herself.
or I got I was and forage because boys were like on the side streets.
You were actually foraging for food or something? I've never heard that.
People stop and ask, what are you doing? And I go around and I don't have any money to start
In Louisiana, Jennifer Burgess went straight from high school to dog training.
For 15 years, I've actually trained over 10,000 dogs.
And so how much you making right there?
On my best year ever, maybe 28.
$28,000.
My best year ever.
Mariana Perez was 20 when she emigrated from Mexico in 2005 without a high school degree or even any English. Spent 9 years working in a North Carolina nail salon.
I used to work 60 to 70 hours a week.
60 to 70?
Yes, I had no benefits. We don't have any vacation pay, so if you don't work, you don't earn money.
On the plus side, however,
I miss some of my clients. They were very, very nice people.
I love working with dogs.
for the pay,
I went from $6.10 an hour to $11.25 an hour over 15 years.
two problems that have plagued the U.S. economy for decades now. Income inequality and young folks not working at all. Low pay for those with just high school or less is an obvious explanation.
60% of Americans in the workforce today do not have bachelor's degrees.
But, asks economist Byron O'East,
Why is there such a difference in earnings between people who are college graduates and people who are not in this country? It's simply not the case that not having a bachelor's degree means that you don't have skills to contribute. 30 million today have the skills based on the work they're doing for jobs that pay at least 50% more than the jobs they're in.
Meanwhile, employers are begging for employees, posting $20 an hour where once 15 was thought back now. But $20 an hour is barely $40,000 a year.
These are the computers.
Okay, time for one more player in this story, IBM. Once the icon of high-tech in America. Selling and servicing huge computers, big good and its big machines, were tackling the world with its mini Mac back in 1984. IBM was worth 30-something times the value of Apple as a company back then. Today, Apple is worth 16 times as much as IBM, and yet IBM has survived by cutting costs drastically, including layoffs, changing its business, outsourcing, and it still employs 350,000 people worldwide. Here in the US, however, it finds itself competing for talent with the trendier Apples, Googles, and startups. So Kelly Jordan spearheads IBM's Blue Collar initiative.
Back in 2016, we really started looking at how we could fill roles that we would just struggle to fill in other ways. Just saying you don't require a bachelor's degree, and a whole new slate of candidates that we never would have uncovered.
And you knew this was coming, right? The new collar candidates are folks like Fain, Burgess, Perez, and in New York, Ray Rodriguez, who spent 11 years working his way up to assistant store manager at a big drugstore chain.
I used to make $46,000 a year, and then it dropped down to 40.
As you got promoted.
Right, it was salary, and then they changed it to hourly.
But that was the worst of it.
Oh my God, when I walked in the bathroom one day, I seen feces everywhere. It's like, wow, how did you get it on the wall? And then there's a couple of times that people passed out in the bathroom. Shooting up. And we gotta call the paramedics.
Rodriguez, supporting the family, was desperate to get out of retail.
I used to always picture people with their 9-to-5 jobs, weekends off, they don't gotta work nights. There was times where I had to work overnights as well. And I would always like, oh, I wish I could have a job like that.
Well, why couldn't you get out?
Without a degree, it seemed like everywhere else was the same.
And then he heard of IBM's electronics lab apprenticeship. Applied, got an interview.
Yes, I was scared. This is a dream job. The 9-to-5 that I've been dreaming about for years and years, and this is what I was looking for.
So what was it about these folks that got them into IBM?
Things like growth mindset, that willingness to constantly challenge, put themselves out there, take that little bit of a risk, and build their skills on a very regular basis.
IBM is treating them its long history of training its employees to scale up its apprenticeships, investing $65 million, as well as plenty of federal money, into earn while you learn programs that usually segue into permanent jobs. The company says at least half its U.S. jobs no longer require a bachelor's degree. But for those without one, even applying can be a challenge. Take Fane's online interview for her apprenticeship.
So I have this old laptop that is decrepit and kind of takes an hour to start up, to boot up. When I try to do WebEx, it fails. I'm crying. Like, tears are pouring out my eye. This was my shot, and I just blew it.
Burgess had a similar snafu.
On my way to the, interview, my car actually died on the side of the road, and my parents had to come and, help me because it overheated. And then I get to the interview and it dies in the garage, and I have to, in heels and a dress, push it into the parking slot.
And all these folks were intimidated by the name IBM.
In my mind, IBM is this big computer company, white man, suit and tie, carrying around a briefcase, business savvy with all of the technical jargon. This is for the B7000 8.2.
But look who's talking technical now. Can anybody learn to do what you do?
I think anybody with a drive to can.
It doesn't matter what you are or your background is. It doesn't mean that your brain can't do it.
Now go ahead and walk forward.
Despite her canine credentials, Jennifer Burgess is now a project manager, or maybe it was because of her.
It's very similar to dog training, because it's not training the humans to be able to do what you need them to do. When they are good though, you need to give some form of reward.
Give folks like this a chance, and there are hidden bonuses for the employer. Lower pay than the highest price town, higher loyalty.
Because they gained an opportunity that other people did not.
I'm not going anywhere. Did you not hear where I came from?
And with that, a final warning to those of you in corporate America from Michael East.
We hear about labor shortages, we hear about skill shortages, we hear about war talent. If we overlook half the talent pool in the United States, that is not a good talent strategy. And serious, smart companies are realizing that an enormous opportunity is among those that do not have bachelor's degrees.
To the PBS NewsHour, Paul Solomon in North Carolina.
Apprenticeships are common in fields like welding and farming and trade. But until recently, the government didn't recognize teaching apprenticeships. The Biden administration changed that, and educators are now hoping that new federal funding, combined with experience from college programs, will open the floodgates to a new class, qualified, diverse teachers for America's schools. Stephanie Stein reports from Dallas for our series, Rethinking College.
22-year-old Priscilla Cano-Padron says she's always dreamed of becoming a teacher.
I've always wanted to help. I've always wanted to help someone in need. Just seeing the relationship I had with my teachers in elementary school and how they helped me, it's always been my dream.
She's a first-generation Mexican-American, just like many of the students in this classroom at Ardelia Creek Elementary in Dallas, Texas.
I have these students that remind me of myself when I was in their third grade classroom.
Now, thanks to a teaching apprenticeship, Cano-Padron is on her way to realizing her dream. Teacher apprenticeships, at least those registered with the Department of Labor, are new, started last year by the Biden administration in response to the pandemic. 17 states now have registered apprenticeship programs, with interest spreading.
After COVID and losing so many teachers in our classrooms, we really had to come back to the table to figure out what new teaching models would look like. And we knew we had to do something different.
Sharifa Nadir Mason administers the program at Dallas College, which offers a low-cost bachelor's degree combined with paid on-the-job training.
Number one should have how many?
That's what Priscilla Cano-Padron was doing at Ardelia Creek Elementary.
We don't simply want our students to be first-generation graduates. We want them to be first-generation unimpoverished. So we want them to walk into the field without the burden of student loan debt.
Well,
in nearly all 50 states, certified teachers are required to have at least a bachelor's degree, which comes with an average cost of over $45,000 per year. The student teaching in the last year is typically unpaid. It's a barrier for many would-be teachers. The Labor Department's approval of registered teacher apprenticeships unlocks federal funding to cover tuition, books, and fees.
That is a game changer and allows us to have a different conversation about who gets to become a teacher and how many get to become a teacher.
David Donaldson is founder of the National Center for Grow Your Own, a nonprofit working to expand the teaching workforce.
We help states and school districts across the country launch these registered apprenticeship programs with the ultimate goal of creating pathways for folks to become a teacher for free and get paid to do so.
Donaldson challenges the notion that teaching is no longer a desirable profession. He says there are teachers all around us.
Whether parents, tutors, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, payroll professionals, folks who have a heart for teaching, who is simply given the opportunity, usually what this means is removing the financial barrier, would make an excellent teacher given the chance.
I wanted to be a teacher, I just
Rabia Dawes drove a school bus in Dallas for more than a decade.
I love driving the school bus. I drove a big old bus with about 50 kids in the back.
Getting a BA while feeding and clothing your 2 kids seemed impossible not so long ago.
I was working with kids for 11 years driving the school bus.
And that whole time you were thinking, I don't mind being a teacher.
Yeah, I just didn't have the resources to do so.
The Dallas College Apprenticeship Program allowed her to continue her higher education.
It says carrying about 9 bags of marbles for a craft.
She made roughly $30,000 as a teacher apprentice in the Richardson Independent School District last year.
I'm working, I'm getting a paycheck every, 2 weeks, and I'm going to school. I've always wanted to be able to sit and provide for my family, but, also do something that I really had a passion for. Go ahead.
High minority, high poverty regions like Richardson ISD have been hit harder by the national teacher shortage. Tabitha Branham is the district superintendent.
If you would have told me 10 years ago that we would be a place in education where we start a year with anywhere between 50 and 100 vacancies, I wouldn't believe you. But our surrounding districts, we are all faced with having to look at how we staff differently because the shortage is real.
The shortage is a key reason why Branham decided to partner with Dallas College. The apprentices help support the full-time teachers and also fill vital roles as substitutes.
It's an extra set in the classroom. And then add to it, we talked about the teacher shortage, let's talk about the substitute shortage. We have worked really hard to message to our educators, take care of yourself. If you're sick, stay home. So the fact that these apprentices are now substitutes for us 1 day a week, the relief of those teachers in that building who know that I might be off this week, but that apprentice is going to be in my classroom, they can really take the day off and not worry.
Through the Dallas College program, apprentices spend significantly more time working in classrooms than they would in a traditional program. Far better preparation for an aspiring educator, says Sharifa Nadir Mason.
We have a lot of smart people that graduated education, but haven't had the opportunity to practice in them. So we built a program that is strictly built around practice.
The teacher apprentices are assigned to experienced mentors in the classroom, building their skills and confidence.
When I first came, I was like, I don't really know how to teach math, and I'm really scared, but I'm learning from people that are doing it in the classroom. They know how to handle classroom management, they know how to teach, and I'm able to look at it and model it.
18, you have 42 little eyes looking at you. And with the help of Ms. Gaffer and all my other team members, they helped me overcome that shyness, that fear that I had of teaching up there. What do you guys see?
Robert Jones David Donaldson says the apprenticeships are the first step toward his ultimate vision of free quality education for every teacher in America.
Imagine a world with no teacher vacancies. That is a really exciting thing to think about. Every kid having not only the teacher they need, but to serve.
A teacher, one might say, like Priscilla Kyle-Padron.
Okay, who can help me with number 5?
She graduated this month and has already accepted an offer to teach 4th grade reading at a local elementary school.
19, 20.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Song in Dallas.
You can't monetize when you take a student and you change their life. You give them a career, a skill that will change their life forever.
We signed up to be part of the apprenticeship program to train the next generation of chefs, culinary professionals, food and beverage professionals.
GD decided to participate in the program to increase the avenues of where we can develop and grow talent.
I decided to participate in this apprenticeship because Parkland serves the community that helped shape me. And I want to be hands-on and very close to those type of people because I feel like I can relate a lot. I got into this program because I wanted a better future for my family. But now it's more, I can't wait to change the lives of the students.
Apprenticeships offer an opportunity for someone to gain valuable skills with hands-on experience.
The apprenticeship has gotten me the right exposure that I need in the classroom. So, for example, I wouldn't have been able to practice what I'm learning from creating a lesson plan, which we do, but I never got the experience of actually performing that lesson plan. And so I'm able to get those skills of how you have to adapt to the changes that are presented to you.
Beverly's gonna have more experience coming out of this year with a mentor teacher. She'll come out looking more like a 2 or 3 year teacher because she's had real experience. She's gonna be able to really know all of the steps it takes to move a kid from one grade to the other.
Apprenticeships come in many forms, and almost any occupation can be an apprenticeship.
The apprenticeship program.
Hello, I'm going to be doing some interviews now, talking to people about experience here and how things have been going. Introduce yourself to people.
Yeah, hi, I'm
Let's sit back to the little picture.
I'm Dietrich. I'm with the Empower Development Career Placement Managers. Been with them for a few months now, so excited to be here.
It's nice to have you here. So, just want to ask you, what's your experience with this event so far? How's it been going?
Good. That we have a lot of work to do. We've come far, but definitely excited about companies being here and where employer engagement opportunities that they see and they're excited about possibly starting an apprenticeship program, and so that's kind of what we're here for. And that's what I'm excited for is we have a internal IT program, and we're wanting to take those folks and make them new careers. And so this is an opportunity for not only Empower, but other folks as well that are here who want to participate and learn more about the program as well. So it's a lot of learning, a lot of discussions, great panels, so it's really good.
And just one more, how do you think this might, this event may impact like future events and ideas and whatnot?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Appreciate it. The other thing is that I'm already planning for next year, so we're excited about it. I want to continue. I'm part of the planning committee, even though I don't work for the actual company that's hosting this. The other thing is that we're all here to help one another, help engage and keep people engaged. And we're excited about starting an apprenticeship, so it's really good.
Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll get back to you then.
Thanks.
Yeah, we were like, when we first started the program, and you didn't know what that was like, and then the whole program just continued to get better. We had the opportunities to meet with teachers and practice.
My name's Chris. I don't know.
Apprenticeships are not as generally well suited, like offer a better path.
I will.
This is the camera, we're going to back over here. Okay. All right, I'm going to do a quick check to make sure we're in frame. Oh, perfect. All right, we're set. Okay, so hello, this is, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sean Perry from Dallas College. Sean, like every time,
Well, it's nice to have you here. So what's your takeaway from this event so far? Like, how's it going?
So it's going amazing. I'm learning a lot. I'm getting to a lot of great. I would say my number one takeaway is just keeping in mind that giving someone hope for the opportunity is priceless. So hope for an apprenticeship, an opportunity to grow their family situations, to be a good asset to the community, and to make it
Awesome. And, how is this going to, like, future things? Because events,
I would say keep in mind that it's more about the more you can teach to be impactful. I would say as far as future programming is concerned, I'm not really sure about that. That's kind of a hit or miss for me, but I would say making it more interesting, making sure that students are finding the resources that they need to be successful, and connecting with those people who can give them opportunities to be.
Awesome. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thanks for time. Have a great day.
Right, I'll see who else I can get here.
We serve all of them.
So
Yes. Our work centers, they work primarily with the careers here, they all have to do with but we work with all of those we have disabilities, we can hire them.
Very much. It's up to fingers for 88.
No, they're fine, they're fine. We have Texas Veteran Commission staff in our workforce.
Good afternoon, folks. Just give you a little heads up so you know what's to come. Is that we're starting a video about 5 minutes, and then we will introduce our panelists themselves and apprentices to come in and speak, and that will be continuing shortly. But first, we're going to start the video. So if anyone wants to go use the restroom, partake in any of the beverages that we have out, please do so. Now we're going to start the video soon. So thank you.
He's like, I'm not we're packing
She was just telling us that.
Or our events. Yeah. So we have 2 events that are surveyed by people. Ours are and then November 15th. So once you email me, I'll send you the flyers. Yeah, we have
Yeah, we're always in search of good talent. We're we put things together. It's what we do. It's repetition, but it's knowledge. It's tribal knowledge. Somebody walks out the door. It isn't. And then to those others, we're not talking like $10,000 cash product. We're talking $500 stuff. Free.
Is that better than ours?
HSA qualified. Free. We have
right about here. This should work. Let me check. Oh yeah. Maybe step 1 step closer. Oh wait, 2 steps back. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Hello. So introduce yourself to the stream.
Hi, I'm Dean Kotia, CEO of Top Talent Learning, and we just got our new apprenticeship program registered and ready to go.
Awesome. It's so nice to have you here. So I just want to ask, what's your takeaway from the event? Like, how are things going?
Things are going great. I think this morning was fantastic with the panel discussion, and also we had a lot of education from the workforce boards that how they are helping individual talent and how they partner with employers to make sure that there is a combination of relationship between the employers and the new talent.
Oh, awesome. And how does this affect, like, what do you think this event is going to impact, like, events we try and use, like, things like that?
Of course, I think this kind of event put some kind of energy around this apprenticeship program and the support the Department of Labor has. And this is a public-private partnership. It was always successful, not only the private agencies can do something by themselves, or public agencies can do themselves. A partnership is successful. And this collaboration, this public-private partnership, I think is very successful. And this kind of event brings energy around it. And it is good for our citizens, our communities, and in our citizens.
I completely agree. Thank you so much for answering my question.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the event.
Thank you.
This is a girl I've been playing on.
The second half of the stream, I'm going to be moving up closer because this is very important. So let's go.
You're gonna get your home back to
Hi, my name is Juliet Ortima, and I'm the Director of Professional Development for the Alliance of Technology and Women. I'm also the Executive Director for STEAM Achievers. And here with me, we have Shaniqua Evans, who is a graduate of one of our exciting programs called Ignite at the Alliance of Technology and Women that's geared towards upskilling women and helping them get into tech careers. Shaniqua will tell you a brief version of her story about how she joined this tech program and how she ended up becoming an apprentice. You are here for a treat. Shaniqua, great to see you today.
Nice to see you as well.
So tell us about how you ended up in tech. What was your journey like? Take us way back, how you started raising your family. We want to hear all about it.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. As Miss Juliet stated, my name is Shaniqua. I became a mother at the age of 14. I had a rough childhood. I started my life pretty early and it was pretty hectic. Along the journey, I kind of got a little distracted and a little lost, and I didn't know what path I was going to take. About 2020, I told myself that I would love to get into tech. I was extremely smart, a fast learner. I just needed an opportunity. So around that time, my kids and I were going through a rough time. So we ended up in a Salvation Army shelter. The shelter was a head start for me. It was the time I needed to get my thoughts together, and they provided a lot of help for my kids and I. Upon leaving the shelter, I was laying in the bed one night, and it was maybe a month after leaving the shelter. I didn't have an idea of where I was going to go, and I wanted some strong skills to be able to take care of my kids, because during the times of living in the shelter, I was laid off twice from both of my work from home jobs. So after that, I decided that I wanted a real career, something with a strong foundation. So while I was laying in bed, I noticed a post in a group I'm in, and the group is Women in Tech. And it was for the chance of receiving a scholarship for the AWS Ignite program. I didn't think much about it. At that moment, I didn't think that I had the skills to be chosen, but I did what I could to apply. About 2 weeks later, I received the call. And that day was the change of my life. That day, Miss Juliet was on the phone, and she told me that I was accepted into the apprenticeship program, and I would be the one receiving the scholarship. I would be one of the ones receiving the scholarship. So while her and I were on the phone, I was so extremely grateful. I couldn't even contain myself. I started confiding in Miss Juliet. I was telling Miss Juliet about the struggles I went through as being a young mother, still managing to graduate on time. I mentioned how my kids and I had just left the shelter after a domestic violence situation, and we were living in an apartment that was quite empty. We only had 3 airmates. Miss Juliet went out of her way to get us everything we needed. Not even 48 hours later, Miss Juliet and her team were pulling up to my apartment with a U-Haul full of furniture, and they helped my kids and I have a comfortable place to stay. She furnished my house and she took me under her wing. So I did as best as I could in the apprenticeship program. Upon leaving I did as good as I could during the 13-week program. The training program.
Yeah.
Upon leaving the training program, we were paired with a company, Accenture. Accenture was willing to give us a chance. Accenture wanted more people who didn't have a 4-year degree. They wanted apprentices like myself who are willing to learn, who that they can train and give us a fresh start in life. I started at Accenture a year ago. So after being at Accenture a year, I worked my tail off.
And you started off as an apprentice?
An application developer associate.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So for the first year, Accenture helped myself and fellow apprentices learn how to code. I have been placed on some of the most brilliant projects. I've learned a lot with pair programming, and I've upskilled as best as I could. So about a few weeks ago, I received a promotion from Accenture, and I am now a data engineer. Right after receiving the promotion, I was transferred to Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia is closer to my family. It is a great place for my kids and I. My kids are loving their schools. I am also mentoring a few of the children that goes to my daughter's middle school, teaching them how to code. So we'll get on our Zoom every Saturday. And right now I'm teaching them HTML just from the bottom of my heart. I'm not expecting anything in return. But I am just so grateful for the opportunity that I had with the Ignite program and with Accenture. From that day a year ago, I have increased my income, my personality, my lifestyle, my kids' income, their personality and their lifestyle, and everything just fell into my lap. I am so grateful for this opportunity.
My gosh, Shaniqua, every time you tell your story, I know you were on a TV interview where I was interviewing you, and it's just the way I felt chills back then. I still feel chills today. You are just you are a talented, brilliant woman who's so selfless. You're going places. You told me something yesterday. I know, ladies and gentlemen, Shaniqua was going to travel all the way from Georgia to be here with us at this conference, at this symposium, to tell you her story in person. But thank you for being here to share the story with us virtually. I wanted to say this. You told me yesterday that you had some aspirations. One, that you're just about to graduate from your AI training. Is that correct?
Yes, I am getting my AI Foundation certification, my AI 900 certification. So I am definitely falling in love with the AI portion of the world of technology. It has all of my attention. I'm constantly learning all that I can about AI. And during my free time, I am also studying for my Security Plus certification because I would love to be skilled in AI and have a foundation in security, cybersecurity, while I also have honed in on my skills of learning how to code. So I would love to be versatile in all areas to be able to help my company and anyone who's willing to give me another chance. I'm wanting to have something to offer. So I'm trying to keep myself as knowledgeable and scalable as I can.
I love it. I love it. And what I love about you is whenever I give you a challenge, you run with it. 6 months ago, we talked about you getting certifications, and we talked about at least 2 every 6 months.
Yes.
Here you are, well on your way to getting your first one and potentially your second one, the CompTIA Security Plus. I love it.
Yes, and it's actually it will actually be my 3rd certification. I do have my cloud practitioner certification. I also have my Scrum certification, my large scale Scrum certification.
I love it. I love it. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Shaniqua told me that by next year she'll be owning a home. And I think all of us know that's going to happen. I want to thank you so much for sharing your story, inspiring other young ladies like yourself. And what challenge do you have for the employers in the audience? What would you like to tell them about apprenticeships? I'm sure you have something to tell.
I challenge the employers in the office to give someone else a chance. Change the generations, help break generational cycle of poverty by giving one person a chance. And that will lead down to my generation, my children's generation, and on to follow. So I would like to thank Accenture and the Ignite program for giving me a chance, and I would love for you all to give someone else a chance to change their entire life.
Wow, wow. If I can recap the whole story, here is a wonderful mom of 2 amazing kids who started as a mom at 14 years of age, graduated on time, went through some life circumstances, rose through that, got a chance to train, accepted the training, now is working started as an apprenticeship, as an applications developer associate. 1 year later, 1 year later, has accrued so many certifications, is now well on her way. She's now a full data engineer. A year ago, a little bit over a year ago, she was still homeless. And now she's a data engineer. This story has to be replicated over and over. Shaniqua, I couldn't be prouder of you, and I know the audience couldn't be prouder of you. Congratulations on your many successes. I believe you're going to be the next leader at Accenture. There's no doubt in my mind. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm emotional. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
Anytime, Shaniqua. Wonderful. May God bless you, and we wish you the very best. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Yes, let's give Juliet and so next we will bring up our apprentice panel moderated by Mindy Cummings with Empower and Juliet Odima, STEAM Achievers Dallas. Mindy Cummings is the site director of Empower Dallas Fort Worth. She studied political science and criminal justice at the University of North Texas. She joined the organization in summer of 2021 as an internship placement manager and quickly rose through the ranks, becoming the placement director in January of 2022, and eventually the site director in October of 2022. In this role, she oversees the operations and strategic direction of Empower in North Texas with a passion of empowering individuals. Mindy is dedicated to creating a supportive and inclusive environment for all participants. Beyond her professional achievement, she is an advocate for social justice and equality, actively engaging in community initiatives and strives to make a positive impact on the lives of others. And Juliet Odima is the Executive Director of STEAM Achievers and the Board Chair of Professional Development with the Alliance of Technology and Women. As a passionate leader of over 11 years of experience as an IT executive, Odima has been known to create large-scale training programs and innovations in the U.S. and abroad from scratch that are designed to bridge the STEM and tech career achievement gaps among K through 12 young adults and adults from underserved communities. Various socioeconomic backgrounds that impact the neurodivergent workforce. Juliet has served in various roles, including as Senior VP of Academic Operations at a data science and analytics company, Director of Digital Transformation Learning and Development, VP of Business Development, and Director of Programs and Partnership Development roles in technology, financial services, hospitality, and retail industries. And for her work and impact, Odima has been awarded the 2018 Business Journal winner of the Women in Technology Advocate Distinction, the 2018 Business Journal Top 25 Women in Technology honoree, United Nations Affiliate Golden Rule International Award. In 2017, she was appointed Goodwill Ambassador for the Good Rule by Interfaith Peace Building Initiative, awarded Global Proclamation. She has been featured on various news outlets, including WFAA, STEAM Achievers for Making a Mark, Creating Leaders of Tomorrow through STEAM Achievers, Dallas Magazine, and the DEI Leaders Feature 2022 for her work as a Director of Professional Development and Board Chair of the Alliance of Technology of Women. Odima loves to give back and has served in various boards, including Alliance of Technology and Women, Irving Independent School District School of Business and Entrepreneurship, former board chair of Uplift Education School District, Career in Technological Education, and former program manager at Technology Leadership Council, Greater Irving, Las Vegas, Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce. She's a proud mom of 3 beautiful daughters, including 2 on the autism spectrum, and she enjoys volunteering at her church and serving in her community events. Let's go ahead and bring them both up.
It's so funny. So it's so funny. I had to get some cues. Stairs. Assuming that maybe we're going to try to jump up over here. Thank you all so very much for being here. This session, we want to see all of you guys sit back in your chair, turn your chair around if you're facing that way. We're going to have a heart-to-heart. Are you ready? No, we can't do that. We can't do that here. Can we have a heart-to-heart? Can we do that? So sit back again if you're facing that way, turn around, and let's just have a conversation. Let's just have a conversation. You have heard about apprenticeships, you heard about this Apprenticeship Accelerator program, and a coalition of amazing partners from Labor, Texas Workforce Commission, Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas, Dallas College. I mean, the list goes on and on. But have we heard from the apprentices? We just heard from one, and you're about to hear from others. Can we bring forward, can we welcome everyone, if we can, right? Can we challenge you? Can we rise up and appreciate the apprentices who have said today they want to tell their story? Can we rise up and just welcome them to the stage? Welcome, please. Come on, I think we can do better. We can do better. We can do better. These guys, we're here because of them. We're here because of you. Welcome. You have done the work and we recognize you and we celebrate you. Welcome to the stage. Thank you all. So here we're going to have a conversation and really we want to hear from your point of view. We can talk all about you, but maybe you should just tell us yourselves what your experience has been. So make sure your mic is on, and I'm going to start off with Miss Mindy. Miss Mindy is with Empower, and she's going to tell us a little bit about her amazing organization and the impact that you're making, creating apprentices and creating very highly paid, right? Very highly paid apprentices who then end up becoming very highly paid tech professionals. Miss Mindy.
Thank you, Juliet. As Juliet said, I'm Mindy Cummings. I have the pleasure of serving as the site director for the Empower offices in Dallas and Fort Worth. As Dietrich alluded to, in my short time with Empower, we have grown quite a bit. We have quadrupled in size, ended up opening up offices in San Antonio and Houston because we have such a need. And we need more partners for our wonderful talent, like two of the ladies here on the stage. We provide IT training and certifications, professional development coaching, and social support resources for veterans, veteran spouses, and young adults from underserved communities. Today, I have two of my former trainees from the Spring 22 cohort. I don't remember which position I was in at that time, that have been wonderful and gracious enough to join us today, so thank you for being here. I would like to start the panel off just by asking, what were you all doing before your apprenticeship, and, how did you hear about the opportunity? Brittany, do you want to start us off?
This one? Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. So, where was I before the apprenticeship? So, before the apprenticeship, I was working for a banking company. They were developing a treasury software. So I was doing like implementation and kind of project management at the same time. It was a small startup company. So I was doing that, and basically what happened, once 2020 when COVID came and I actually got COVID, just a light bulb came on, like, there has to be more than this. My manager at the time was very like, we need you to work, and I'm like, well, I'm sick. I was like, so I just realized there was something else I needed to do. I didn't want to keep doing implementation. I didn't want to keep doing project management. So I sat down and I said, okay, what do you want to do? What do you always had a passion for?
And IT is something I always had a passion for. So after that, I left my job. After I got better from COVID, I decided to leave my job on a wing and a prayer. I have, at that time, I had 2 kids, elementary age, and it was just me. So, of course, during that time, I was very nervous, very scared, because now you got bills, you got all kinds of things. I went online, started searching just IT. How do I get into IT? Just things like that. And so then Empire came up. Some of the programs I did find, they either you couldn't have a bachelor's degree, you had to be a certain age, or they wanted some money for boot camps or something like that. So I searched and saw Empower, and I was like, oh. And then I saw the age limit, and I was like, oh, I'm too old. But then, then I saw that they admitted veterans. I was like, yay! So I applied, and maybe about 2 weeks later, I got a call to interview for the for the apprenticeship, for the tech training and then apprenticeship. So once I got that, I mean, basically that changed my life from there.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanessa.
Okay, how you guys doing? I came into tech and Empower from a friend who went through. He was a veteran. He kept telling me about this job. My background actually is emergency services, dispatching, customer service, and then I was doing full-time real estate. I left customer service to do full-time real estate. And it was going well for a while, but when you're in a 100% commission field, you're always looking for the next thing. There is no just, I know I'm gonna make this much this week, this month. And so a friend of mine who was already working at City told me about the program. Vanessa, you can get in, you can get in. And I was like, he told me this for 2 years. And I blew him off for 2 years. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do it. So finally I was like, you know what? Eventually this hot market, it's gonna change. And then where am I gonna be? And so I literally, I think the sign-up period was probably like 5 days away, and I applied. I am, I was at the time a spouse of a veteran. So I was able to get into the program. I think my final interview was probably like 2 days before classes started. So I barely got in. I got in, I don't know anything about tech. I know how to turn on a computer. I know how to do a search. But as far as tech fundamentals, I did not know that. But what I did know is that I was extremely smart. I can do, if you sit down and show me how to do something, if I sit and I read, I can get it. And so that's what I did. And I was able to get through the program, sat on the panel for the interviews to get on the City, and that's what happened. I got the apprenticeship for City.
And could we hear from Shay, and then we'll wrap this question up with Laura.
Hello, everyone. So, I guess about a little over a year ago, I moved to Texas. A new resident, a newborn, well, toddler born, the pandemic era. Definitely coming from a call center background, always faced forward with clients and things like that. After the pandemic, it definitely opened my eyes like others. And I just didn't want to take the risk of being sick, bringing it home, things of that nature. So when I moved here, I wasn't working. I didn't have a plan, I had family here. So I decided to look around into tech. I've always been that family member to call, hey, know we do this program. So I was in a group on Facebook, Women in Tech, and I saw the scholarship offer with DFW. Lines of Technology. It was the last day to sign up, and so I took a chance. And about, I guess, a couple of weeks after that, I received a call to join the AWS Restart program. I was a little weary at first because I was like, well, it's a free program. It's all day. How was I going to provide for the family? I took the chance on it, like they took the chance on me. I finished that program in 12 weeks. And shortly after that, our sponsor at the time was Accenture. So I interviewed with them. I passed the AWS practitioner, cloud practitioner, and was hired on as an application developer associate with Accenture.
And if I may jump in here, the program that you're talking about is the Alliance, the DFW Alliance of Technology and Women has various programs. We have 4 main programs. The first one is the Ignite program. So we help upskill women and help them get into entry-level technology roles. And for those who already have some industry background, we help them to upskill and get promoted or get into into stronger technology companies and enter into more lucrative roles. Then the other one is the Women to the Power of 3. So you are already in mid-level career roles, then we need to upskill and get into a senior role. That's the one for you. And then the Rise to C-level, which is for people who are VP level and trying to get into the C-suite. It's a process. So that's another way we upskill. And of course, Employer Connect, where we connect employers to the talent within our membership. And this is the program that you were able to take advantage of, and so were you, Lara. We call her fondly Scotty. And for Lara, your story is a little bit different. Besides that, and you'll tell us a little bit about your story, but you came with a wide background. You were a leader, and you had a quota that was, you were in sales, and you had a quota of $250,000 a month. I mean, you were a mover and shaker. Can you tell us your story? How did you learn about apprenticeship? How did you start the training? Where are you now?
Hello everyone, again, my name is Laura Shavers, you can call me Scotty. So yes, I come from 15, 20 years background in sales. I sold everything from the invisible like staffing services here in Dallas to commercial copiers. Many years, as you mentioned, my quotas with the copiers were really, really high. I was married for 25 years and then all of a sudden divorced. So, and then health reasons and things like that got me out of the sales industry. And so about 3 years of not having that sales income or that second income in the household, I had to support 4 girls. So I came across the DFW ATW Ignite program. A friend of mine was affiliating, or should I say, she was facilitating a Bible study class I was in. And so she learned my circumstances. She introduced me to the DFW ATW program. I joined up right away because I do have a big heart for volunteering. So I was going to their monthly meetings. I was able to apply for the Ignite program. As the young lady said, it was pretty short. I applied, and then a day later, I applied late, and I almost missed the call that I got the scholarship. I think they called me like 4 times, and I was at a kid's thing doing something, and I finally got that message. And it was a wonderful program. I'm a Scrum Master, certified Scrum Master, excuse me. And so I was hired here as an apprentice through STEAM Achievers to take on this project that you guys are all sitting in and had a wonderful lunch with today. So that's my story. I think that it's been wonderful. My life has changed. I'm on the back to the road of being financially independent and improving things at the house for my kiddos.
I love that. And yes, during the work, you can see the caliber of women. And I'm talking about, I know we've got men who also joined this program, but today, who are apprentices, but today we're blessed to have these amazing women here. My question for you is the entry into the apprenticeship. What was that like, right? So I'll kick it off with you, Shay. When you first joined the apprenticeship, so she got the scholarship through the Alliance of Technology and Women, and we were partnered with Accenture, who gracefully sponsored the program, and then hired half the apprentices. Where's CBRE? Someone was here with CBRE. We had a speaker here with CBRE. and they said they hired, 100,000 or so. I think that might have been the number. Accenture is another big player in this space, and so we are very grateful to Accenture. So they hired half of our apprentices. What was that experience like on day one?
Overwhelming. So you can have a passion for something, but still feel like, I don't know, a pea in the salad there. So 700,000 people come, so there was a lot of nervousness. It's easy to get lost, but I will say that upon joining that first day, those first couple days were more about making sure you weren't alone, making sure you had the resources to be successful in your space, whichever that you came in as, and just being able to really hone in on why you were there.
And what support services? So Crystars and others were instrumental in helping you and Shimpo and others to be successful. Mercedes, who's here in the audience, she's an apprentice. She started off as an apprentice with Accenture and is now hired full-time by Accenture 1 year later again. So and this message is for the employers in the audience. What did they do for you to help you overcome that nervousness and to help you become so successful that less than a year later, they hired you as a data engineer analyst? What is it that they did to bring you from that point, from not having any technology background, to going through a 12-week training program, to then you're here and you're in a company that's got over, I think 799,000 employees around the world. And how did they help you to succeed?
Most definitely, I would have to say they provided the mentorship, the hands-on training, making sure that you weren't alone through it, training you from the beginning as far as boot camps and coding and things like that. But the biggest thing was making sure you had all of the required material, required learning, and things that you needed that could cost $300-400 outside companies or on your own. Providing certification classes, anything you can think of in that technology realm, you had it that you can.
Absolutely, and I will definitely, I would love to hear your responses too. What has been your experience as apprentices? Each of you, please feel free. Vanessa, jump in. I'd love to hear the audience to hear, employers to hear. What can they do, and what did your employer do, Citi, do to help you get acclimated to jump on and become that contributor that commanded that respect and now has you as a full-time employee?
Okay, so I always like to talk about my apprenticeship story because our apprenticeship was 6 months long. It was a paid apprenticeship, but I knew I was told in month 2 that they didn't have room for me. That at the end of my 6 months, I was gonna be let go. And so I was like, if anyone who knows me, I'm very determined, I'm very ambitious. I was like, y'all not getting rid of me. You're not. So I had to figure out a way of where could I fit in for you to notice me and see that, hey, we really can't let her go. She's an asset to our team. And when I first got in, that first month and a half was rough because they were like, what technical skills do you have? I told you I could barely turn on the computer. So do I have technical skills? No. They were like, coding. This is, I came to a middleware engineering team. They do a lot on the servers, you need to code, you need to know that. I was like, I don't know any of those things. So my lead, actually, even though he's in New Jersey, he was the best lead that I have ever had in any job of training, of showing something. So he offered the grace, the patience to sit down and say, okay, Vanessa, what are your strong points? Let's start there. So I was like, well, I can conduct some meetings, I can put some things. He was like, okay, we're in somewhere. How about you can do project management? I remember doing our training on Coursera, and project management was the longest hardest thing, and I was like, I know I don't want to be no project manager. I can tell you that right now. This is it. So he says, let's try you in project management. And me and Brittany were in the same class. We were very close, and I would ping her. I was like, girl, they put me in project management. I don't know how this is gonna work out for me. And so I still, gave it my all. Anything that they say, hey, Vanessa, can you do this? Yes, I can do that. I volunteered. I made sure to still be a presence. I may not have been 100% confident on the back end, but on the front, you're like, what's she doing? Google was my friend. Google was my friend. And so the actual product manager pulled me aside one day and he says, hey, I think you will be a good Scrum Master. I said, well, what's that? So I Googled that too. I was like, okay. And I think this is like on a Thursday or a Friday. I got online and I said, oh, there's a course for certification. I paid for it and I did it. And when I came back on Monday, I had the certification. And I just slid it on there. I was like, hey, I heard y'all need a Scrum Master. I got that. And so it was just like one of those things where I was going to put myself in a space where you're gonna know who I am, you're gonna see my determination, and you're gonna hire me. And so at the end of the internship, we're at like month 5, they were like, we're gonna move some things around. We want you to be on our team. And I was able to stay. And I thank them every time that I get, even now I'm full-time, and I would say, thank you so much for taking the time out to be patient with me, to give me the grace, to let me show you what I can do, even though I don't know that technical background. I don't know how to do that, but you showed me, you let me lean in on what I was strong at. And in my strengths, you found where I was an asset for you in the team. So that's I tell our apprentices that come up now, I am a mentor on our team through City, through Empower. And I tell my story the first week. Don't let no one tell you they don't have a space for you. Find your space and you be seen.
Thank you, Vanessa, for sharing that. We definitely encourage all the trainees that come through Empower. If you're in a room, you belong in it. Make sure they know why, and if you need help, we'll help you get there. Vanessa, you touched on it a little bit, but Brittany, can you talk about some of the built-in support systems that you had as an apprentice, like the mentorship program with Empower, Pathfinders, and City does to make sure that you're connected with other people who have been through a similar journey to help you along the way to navigate those obstacles you face as an apprentice?
Yes, definitely. So my journey was a little bit different. So like Mindy said, we had Pathfinders. And then we also had a battle buddy upon coming in. So City partners a lot with Empower and have a lot of alumni from Empower. So we were able to have a battle buddy to kind of help us navigate and go through. And then we also had Pathfinders, so we met once a week to go over what you might need help in, just adjusting and adapting the city. I will say, doing some networking with like the Pride Network and things like that, I actually found alumni within there with Empower. So I was able to kind of network with them tell me about their journey. And so I kind of had like a core of people. My manager himself was very kind of distant at first. And so I'm pretty much in your face. Like, I'm not just gonna sit here. We're gonna talk about my career and where we're going. So I scheduled meetings with him right off. The first week, I'm like, hey, we need to have a meeting because we need to talk about where this is going. And so just that proactiveness on my end allowed my team to see like, hey, she's not just here and not just don't want to contribute to the team. So I was able to contribute. My team came around, and I would say I really have a good core manager, my team, but they were able to hone in on my skills that I already had. So I work in infrastructure, and I deal with servers, and we use Linux. So the whole 16-week program, we were, going over Windows and everything. Linux, what? So I had to pretty much kind of learn Linux hands. And so that was difficult for me because I don't have a background. So I would say my team, Empower, the Pathfinders, and everybody was just really good at, my core and being my core group. And even to this day, I still talk to a few of the Pathfinders. We meet for lunch, we have conversations, we talk about what's going on. So yeah, that was pretty much kind of my experience coming in to City.
That's remarkable. That's remarkable. Now, I want to pitch this question to you, Scotty. What would you say to the employers who are here with us live and those who are watching us online? What would you like to tell them? Like I said earlier, apprentices, as you can see, they have various backgrounds, industry backgrounds. And in fact, before you answer that question, if it's okay with each of you, and I'm trying to make a point here, and I mean this very positively, how many of us here on stage have a bachelor's degree?
I will have one the spring of 2024.
So two of you on this stage were hired before you got your bachelor's degree, point number one, right? And can we tell, obviously, evidently, they have thrived and they've proved themselves. Do we agree or do we disagree? We agree, right? And they did not have a bachelor's degree. The point I'm making is the apprentices that you're seeing here are just a small representation of the many, many varying backgrounds you're going to see. Now, the other thing is, by the way, we're going to talk about how you challenged yourself, and you graduated with a degree and you're moving forward in these more. But Scotty, I want you to talk about what you would like to say to the employers. So you come with this load of experience. You didn't even talk about TSA. I would like for you to talk to see. Does everybody, let's first do a survey. Let's make sure everybody's awake from all the dessert we just had. How many of us know what the TSA is? Please tell me you know who the TSA is. Please spread it. Show of me. You do, can somebody tell me? TSA. Can you tell them what you did with TSA?
Okay, you guys know that's the most, everyone loves that company, right? TSA Airport, we love them to death. Well, after 9/11, that's when they came with, and I was in sales for the staffing service. After negotiating and, courting the company for a couple of years, the call center company, that is, I won the opportunity to place over 300 temporaries on the TSA project. That project lasted for about 2 years. It was so big in the staffing service, we had to actually have people from our office, myself included, work, schedule, payroll, hire, fire, write up, the whole gamut. That was probably one of my biggest accomplishments in my career. Like I said, it was over 300 temporaries. Televista is the name of the company. I don't know if I can say that, oops. But it was a big experience. Like I said, it was a huge contract that we got. I've also sold industrial size copiers to mortgage companies. You know how big work that is. But what I would like to say to all of you, I was in this situation to become an apprentice because I pivoted to I'm trying to pivot into TI, okay, IT, because I'm burned out of sales. No. So I'm trying to get a new career, start a new career, and you guys know, starting a new career, you can have all the education, certifications, but someone opening the door and letting you in is hard. It's very hard. That's how I ended up in the Unite program with Juliet, and she's been remarkable in assisting and helping me start my new career over. It's been wonderful. So I do encourage and challenge you guys to take one person, like they mentioned earlier, one person a quarter, enlighten and put that person back in the world, if you will. You know, they need help through that first step, the step through the door. And that's what you should, in your hearts, try to do. It will definitely change the economy and for future people as well.
Brittany, thank you so much. And Brittany, what would you say to employers?
I would say that we miss a lot of, I think employers miss a lot of opportunities because we look at people, we might, say, oh, I don't know if they're fitted or anything like that, but I would say give anybody, give them, not anybody, but give them a chance. Give someone a chance. Because everybody can't go to school. Everybody, maybe someone has maybe only worked at like fast food restaurants, have only did waitressing or something like that, but that doesn't mean that they can't excel and advance and learn technology, learn IT, learn Python. A lot of this stuff, I would say IT can be taught. You know, you can learn it. I would say y'all look at the skills of what that person brings. Just because they've been in customer service, they bring a lot of skills because you need people skills when you're working with clients. So I would say don't hone in too much on their background. See how their background can kind of match, but give them a chance. There are a lot of people trying to pivot. There are a lot of people trying to change their careers right now. You know, so give them a chance. Empower gave me a chance. City gave me a chance, and it's been up from there. So don't be afraid to give someone a chance. I'm just saying. Because people transition, there's a lot, and I think you should.
Absolutely, and you touched on transferable skills. Definitely, we embody the transferable skills and demonstrated that time and again. What would you say to that apprentice who is a little bit worried about, I don't know if an apprenticeship is the way to go, I'm going to be grossly underpaid. Can you break down that, I guess, mystery behind apprenticeships? Is it is it a subpar type of role? Did you feel that you were empowered to make decisions? Like, what would you tell that apprentice who's watching this online and thinking about partnering with organizations that are in this house, Dallas College, Empower, and so many others? What would you tell them?
Fail fast and fail often. Embrace the fear and embrace it with confidence. When it comes to having the opportunity to go through an apprenticeship and be trained, that's the employers giving us a chance to fail forward. So
did you catch that?
It gives us that opportunity.
Say that one more time.
It gives us an opportunity to fail forward. It's giving us the opportunity to succeed on paths that we didn't feel imaginable. You know, for me personally, I took that risk of going through that program with no income, and I gainfully employed now. That also helped me make other risks, other chances. I went back to school. I obtained my computer science degree in May. So those type of things, I feel like I wouldn't have took that step out if an employer didn't take a chance on me.
Absolutely, and you're not alone. Employers, you're not alone. And apprentices, you are not alone. You have organizations like Empower to support you through the process. You did not, I can tell, if you don't know, if you can't tell already, Miss Mindy Cummings, puts them under her wing as well. And so do other organizations here at Europe and many others. They put them under the apprentices under their wing, so you're not going in alone. There is nothing to be afraid of. The service that you heard from the Department of Labor, there's funding available. There is training available through Dallas College and many other institutions, right? There's so much support available. But I want to take it to the audience here. And I know you have a question, Ms. Mindy, for the audience. But before you ask your question, I want to put one person on the spot. So these two apprentices, where are we? So Miss Mercedes and Shaniqua, who you saw on the video, and Miss Shay. They brought someone from Accenture with them. And so you have heard the perspective from employers. He just opened his mouth. It's you behind the camera. And so thank you for bringing him along. He's a software engineer. Would you come up real quick, please, for us? Come on. So you have already heard from employers. You have heard from the Department of Labor. You've heard from the apprentices. What about the peers? What do they think about the apprentices you're thinking about hiring? Would you mind coming up here, Mr. Walter? I was going to give you a mic over there, but tell us, if you will, what your experience has been with working with the apprentices who joined the program, who joined Accenture. Now, you have to be honest.
Hello, Walter. Nice to meet y'all. I want to say that I joined through a boot camp, and I can say my experience is a little bit different. I felt kind of isolated and unmotivated after 6 months. I met Shay this year. I think it was this year. Anyway, I was very inspired because I saw the energy in Mercedes. It was like, oh, okay. First of all, it was very welcome to me, and their work ethic, and this confidence, and they had the skills that's relevant to Accenture, to programming. And it inspired me. It's like, okay, I want to actually go to these network events, internal networking events. So like watching them, and I was like, okay, all right, I wasn't an apprentice, but I feel like I'm part of the family now, you know? So like working with them, whenever I get kind of like low energy, I look at them and they just right on track, you know? And they're my friends, to me at least. But I see what they went through, and I'm like, oh, they did it. I can do this too. You know, I can, you know, inspire someone else. So yeah, it's incredible.
And there is something else I want you to touch on. Early on, when I spoke with you, you said something that I think you owe the audience. You didn't tell the audience what you told me, which is, I'm totally putting you on the spot. You said that as a software engineer, they came in and you felt as if they were challenging you and they were doing better than you and the team. Is that something?
Yes, 100%. Attitude, 100%. It was, you know, when someone comes to work and is like very neutral, they came in on a Teams call and just smiling. Like, and then I want to smile. And then I want to turn my camera on. So, and I want to start talking to people. So like, not only was it, I noticed that they had the work ethic and like the relevant skills, it was just their attitude. Like, yeah, I belong here. I'm gonna make sure you know who I am. So that's what I saw with them.
Thank you so much for allowing me to share this thought. But whereas we have heard from our perspective, I'm going to turn it over to the audience for a couple of questions. Do we have any questions in the audience? And perhaps we can give the mic to people who may have a question for our panelists, our worthy panelists here. Any questions for them? Questions? And while you're thinking about those very important questions, I would like to see if we can recognize all of the apprentices in the room. If you're an apprentice, can you just stand up, please, so we can recognize? If you are an apprentice, go back to the chamber. You're not welcome. You're missing Savannah. Savannah's behind her camera somewhere. Oh, there she goes. There we go. Thank you. Can we give them another round of applause? And can we give another round of applause to the employers who gave them a chance? Maybe a final question for you.
I just wanted to say as we wrap up, you know, and we're running out of time, here on this stage you see a lot of different perspectives, different journeys, different backgrounds. One thing all of these panelists have in common is their drive, their grind, their hustle. Why wouldn't you want to have more of that wherever you are? So whatever's holding you back from engaging with apprentices and doing an apprenticeship, talk to individuals like myself, like Miss Juliet, and like our wonderful panelists here, because look at the change in their lives. You know, Brittany, you said, we changed your life, but really working with you changes mine, you know, and people like you. You know, it's really a privilege and a blessing, you know, that I'm given. And I just feel like everyone should be able to experience that, make an impact in the life of these very worthy individuals that might not otherwise have the opportunity to make these groundbreaking achievements. So just consider apprenticeship, whatever's holding you back, I can help you overcome, you know, what's making you hesitant. All of us are willing to talk to you offline if you didn't want to ask a question in front of the audience today.
And to wrap this up, and thank you so much for that, to you, our apprentices in the house, keep growing and challenge us to do better. Challenge us to help you more. And overcoming those obstacles. I have permission to say this. Ms. Shaniqua, who couldn't be here with us, she lost her brother to murder. Her brother was murdered on September 20th. and she didn't feel like she wanted to go back to work ever again. She persevered. The very next day, she got a phone call from Accenture saying, "We've been talking about you, and we would like you to become a data engineer. We're offering you that job." So through your highs and lows, these are real life circumstances. We all can do something to help the Shaniquas and all of the panelists and everyone in the audience who you know is an apprentice or needs an apprenticeship. I'm asking you all, and me included, to open doors for them and to change even more lives. Congratulations to our apprentices, congratulations to Empower, congratulations to every one of you who came here to become an ambassador. We appreciate you. Thank you all very much.
And this is for the employers. Please show the grace and the patience to apprentices, because when I was in corporate America before, I always got in trouble or was written up or talked to because your 2 + 2 and my 3 + 1, although it equals 4, my 3 + 1 was wrong. And the only thing that I was doing was following what was best for me, what was easier for me, what was for me to understand. And so I want you guys to know that work PTSD is real. When I came into City where they said you could be an individual, what is your strengths, what is everything, I was shocked. But every Tuesday and Thursday is my office days. I am ready to go to work. I don't feel like I am pressured. I don't feel like, oh my God, if I do this, somebody's gonna say something wrong. So give the grace, give the patience, let an apprentice find their way, because before you came along, someone beat them down and told them their 3 + 1 that equals your 4 was wrong. That brings me to tears because I am a very out-of-the-box thinker. And I was always written up for being an out-of-the-box thinker. But it is welcomed where I am. So that would be my thing.
Thank you all so very, very much for accepting this challenge to be in front of all of these people. Can we say that they did a good job? Do you think they did? I think we should say that.
I think we can give them another round of applause.
I think we can help them out.
All I can say is wow. 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 I mean, as we look at the day so far, we've given you a big overview of what apprenticeship is. We have captured data and content to kind of let you know how that can be implemented or seen in your space. You've heard from some of the employers about what it is to embed and implement apprenticeship in our organizations. And now we've had the word from the apprentices themselves. And I don't know how you cannot be excited about the work of apprenticeship and allowing it to be another sourcing of talent for your organization. So I'm excited about what we've seen so far today. And I'm here at this moment to do a call to action. So what does that mean? Ooh, it's really quiet. That means on the back of your program, there are 2 QR codes there. One that is for the employer engagement. This is an opportunity for you to be able to touch bases with us. It's an opportunity to give us an overview of what your need is. And then after that, it'll be an opportunity for us to make connections with you to talk about what would apprenticeship look like in your organization. So we're at this point giving you an opportunity to scan that code and go ahead and fill it out for us. And you know, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. You know, apprenticeship might not be the best source for you. We think it is, but it might not be. But that doesn't mean that the conversation should be had, because you won't know unless you explore. So this is the opportunity for us to explore apprenticeships with you. And then the second QR code there is really there to help give you some background information about apprenticeship itself. It'll dive deeper from what we talked about today. The toolkit will include information about the different types of apprenticeship, different industry sectors. As you saw in the videos that played through lunch, we're looking at really taking in apprenticeship to areas where there's non-traditional. You're used to hearing about trades, but here it is, we have healthcare. Dallas College has a huge healthcare consortium. Our retention rate after 4.5 years is 90%. It's in the 90th percentile. I mean, it's one of those proven concepts that it can work in non-traditional environments, right? So the toolkit will allow different areas for you to explore deeper into the actual apprenticeship world. And then it also has in there some stats and for the ROI for the employer and different means of collateral in that instance. So we're open and welcoming you into our apprenticeship world ecosystem. And if you have any questions, please see any of us here that have been on the panel or talked about apprenticeship, because it is a systematic network approach to doing it. We can't do the work alone. It takes all of us in this room to make that work happen.
Thank you.
Right, we've got a little bit of time. Has anyone finished their bingo card? The scavenger hunt is on. Starbucks is afoot. Don't tell me I said that. I probably wouldn't appreciate that. But name, phone number. Now, what do you do with them when you fill them out? What am I? Juliet will take them. Someone on her amazing team, Scrum Masters, will take these. So you've got time now, network. Fill those out. You do not want to miss the next presentation. Department of Labor is in the house. We're going to hear from John Kusnar, and he'll be able to share an update on what's happening here locally and across the nation. Department of Labor and Apprenticeship. Thank you all.
When? Oh, I'm sorry.
Very good. Sure. They are yeah, so what is great? 2 years later, the biggest thing, so we get that you got time.
Aaron, then you'll run entry, and then sorry that I went to the ladder. So they were there at Philly, gave me their card. I had never worked for me. When I went in to try to get assistance after I had they told me to and get registered. Know anything about it. So I'm super excited to see that I want to change. I want to be office. And so ever since I've been laid off and I will not stop. I'm passionate people and I you too. I'm not as a researcher. Just the plugs trying to get people signed up. Creating training. So I'm involved in learning.
Yes. What?
I do.
Take down the light spot.
That's good. That's all that matters.
Alex, at the center, the important notes. Saw I get it. Exactly. It's your body. It's cool. Yes. Try all of them. Choose. So it's both sides. Here. That's just a great plan. You did one of the great plan.
I just passed my job. I have bad time. And thinking I have to do it all. But I have to stay up the whole time. Like, it's the word. And now I think Yeah. Yes, he is. Smart.
Pay attention.
Oh, good at that.
We're going to task each table.
That happens a lot.
To basically, we're going to do an icebreaker challenge, which is which statement resonates most with me. So what you'll do is collectively as a group at each table, you will go through some quotes and comments, some details about the apprenticeship, about what you've learned, what people have actually said, what the apprentices have actually mentioned, their statements, and you will all choose a statement, then you'll pick the best statement at the table, and then every table will present. So we'll give you about another 3 minutes to collectively speak with each other at the table to choose the best statement or comment that's been made during the conference, and then after that we'll present and we'll bring everybody back up. Okay?
I think your boss is trying to get a box. Like what this door.
Yeah. I actually have a statement because I knew that you were gonna ask me, put me on the spot, you know? You gotta stay ready, so you gotta get ready, right? So JP mentioned earlier, and he always, talks about this when he goes to any speaking engagement, which really resonates with me. And he always says, we don't ask employers to lower the bar, we ask them to lower the barriers. So that's huge, right? It's a huge impact. So he always says that. So that's something that always resonates with me, that I carry it around, even in my phone, of notes and favorite quotes that I actually have. So I wanted to quote him. So that's an example. So we got 3 minutes to go.
It just takes time.
Sorry. About a minute and a half left. Tables. Just a heads up, if you're sitting at a table, you're going to get asked a question. Lifeline.
Oh, fresh snack.
Okay, I think we're going to start down here, the very back in the corner.
Start with one. Sorry.
Statement of fail forward.
How about this sample?
Okay. I'm gonna go way back to this morning where they said, consider if it's the degree we need or the skill.
Is this fast on that? Yes, it is. How about this table? Miss Vanessa?
Grow your own from this morning.
Grow your own. I like that. All right, Jewel.
Fail fast, fail often, fail forward.
Love it. Good. Very good. Yes. Okay. Okay.
They believed in me. They believed in me.
They believed in me. That's good. Get over here.
We really are very on board with the hire the skilled employee as opposed to simply waiting for them to be have that degree. Hire the skilled employee.
Thank you for that. Quote of the day.
Just say yes.
Just say yes.
I should have brought mine.
Hire, train, employ.
Like that. Start with one. Start with one. Like good. You're good. All right, so we have our next speaker. You have one, two. Okay. This table's like a high achievers over here. They're like really going the extra mile.
I love the part where she said, my 3 + 1 = 4, your 2 + 2 also equals 4. We learn differently, just giving you a chance. Yeah. Awesome.
Very good.
She said, have grace. Have grace. I think we should have grace for everybody.
I need some grace. All right, so I'll pass it over to Lynn. Lynn will introduce our next.
All right, wow, okay, let's keep our energy up here. There are lots of chocolate runnings. But, hey, we still have a house, look at this. And it's raining, where else are you gonna be on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon? To dig deeper into apprenticeships, we have with us from the Department of Labor, John Kusnar, an apprenticeship and training representative in the Dallas Field Office of Apprenticeship. He was previously a performance and labor market information program analyst and a federal project officer for multiple workforce data quality initiative grants, working for the Employment and Training Administration's Dallas Regional Office. But he joined the Department of Labor in 2014. I soon left Dallas because I couldn't live without John. The rest of the story is, Corey spent before that, he spent more than 5 years at Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas, where I joined in 2010. And he was the employer service manager responsible for coordination of employer services and initiatives to over 67,000 Dallas County employers. He mentored me when I came into workforce. And I said this last year, I'm saying it again. One of my mottos when I came back and became a part of the workforce board staff itself rather than a contractor was WWJD. What would John do? And I still live by that. Prior to even working for Workforce Solutions, he was with Workforce Tarrant County. So we have a little bit of a trend here. And earlier in his career, he has spent years in business development, financial sectors as an advisor. Last but not least, he's a veteran, a United States Air Force veteran. He has a bachelor's degree in political science from West Virginia University. I got to watch a football game with him last year for that. He's still quite a fan. He holds several senior professional human resource certifications. John Kusnar.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you, everybody. Thanks all of you for still being here. I know it's the afternoon is tough, especially after a great lunch like that. So for anybody who has not been paying attention, if you don't believe that apprenticeship changes lives, excuse me, you haven't been paying attention. Right? Okay. I did notice, however, though, that you guys did that notable quote thing before I did my presentation. That's okay. It's okay. Not that way. It's still being recorded, right? So. All right. So you guys, you've learned a lot about the details of apprenticeship, some of the details of apprenticeship, right? Aspects of apprenticeship. You've heard about the impact and what it can do for individuals, what it can do for your organization. So what I want to try to do today is kind of give you the big picture of what apprenticeship does at the Department of Labor level, and then maybe show you get into some numbers and make a business case to kind of close the deal in your mind and say, there's no doubt apprenticeship works and we'll do what we say it does. So from my military training, I got when you're doing a presentation, you got to keep 3 things in mind, right? Be brief, be bright, and be gone. So that's what I'm going to try and do. I only got 15 minutes, and I've used up 5 of them already. Okay, so that's me. This is an overview of DOL numbers and the scope of apprenticeship. I apologize that it still says FY 2021, right, numbers. You guys know how the government works. I do have some more current numbers for you, but I had to dig those up on my own. So this is what's still out on the website. But even then, you'll be able to see a strong trend here. Over 800,000 apprentices served through apprenticeship. The goal, I think, established, back during just at the end of the Obama administration for when WIOA was passed, was to get to 1 million apprentices by 2024. So we're actually on track to do that, because the current number of 808,000 there is well into the 850,000, maybe 900 by this year, right? We got 2 years of numbers to calculate, all right? 27,000 apprenticeship programs across the U.S. and new apprenticeship programs just that year across the U.S. Again, 2,879 new apprenticeship programs. So this is a big national system that you can will be becoming a part of. So here's some key facts to show you about apprenticeship and the numbers behind it that are maybe more relevant. And these are current numbers as of this month, October 23. In Texas, we have 27,377 active apprentices as of this month, right? We're on track for 30. $7,388 new apprentices just this last year. So from October 22 to September 2023, this last fiscal year, FY23, 7,300 or 7,300. Over 2,200 apprentices completed programs. In other words, they finished their program. It may have been a 1-year program or a 3 or 4 year program, but yet over the course of last year, FY 2023, 2,279 completed their apprenticeships and graduated, and there are more in the pipeline, right? The 27,000 overall. On the program side of things, we have over 850 apprenticeship programs registered in Texas, and we're on track for 900 apprenticeship programs before the turn of the calendar year. So by December to January, we'll be at 900 active apprenticeship programs in the state of Texas. Well, my boss is real happy about that. 150 new programs registered just this last year. So of that 850, some fall off each year, of course, right, is natural, but 150 new programs every year. We're constantly signing up new sponsors, new partners, and creating new programs. So jump on in, the water's fine. We have in DFW, so they're trying to get this more relevant and close to home. I had to dig for some numbers here on this. We have 6,835 active apprentices in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and that's all of those 16 counties that are served by all 3 of the workforce boards. That's how we define the Metroplex. Over 6,800 active apprentices in DFW, and over 200 active apprenticeship programs in that region. So 200 of the over 850, almost 900 programs are just here in DFW. So we stay busy. I share an office with a colleague, Kelly Johnson. She and I split all of North Texas. She has the Metroplex West up to Amarillo and Abilene, Lubbock. I cover everything from Dallas to Oklahoma to Texarkana to Longview and back through College Station. So bigger than a lot of states in the country. And we've got 2 colleagues down in Houston, 2 colleagues down in San Antonio, and it's the 6 of us that cover the state of Texas. So there's no way, obviously, we can do it alone. That's where our key relationship and partnership is with the community college systems, with the workforce boards in those areas. Can't do it without them. And partnership at the state level. Texas Workforce Commission, TWC, has a Texas Office of Apprenticeship called Apprenticeship Texas, and they have staff that help do the same thing. They partner with the boards, with the colleges, and we're just kind of the final step in the process. The DOL staff, we actually take the standards, review them, and then submit them for registration and approval to create the program. But a lot of work has to happen, and there's no way the 6 of us could do it all. So it truly is a team effort. Okay. So here are some numbers and some stats to make the case for you for the return on investment for employers, right? And the performance statistics. What does the apprenticeship program really do for your company, for your organization? So numerous studies have been done over the last 2 or 3 decades, right, going back. By the way, apprenticeship has been around for over 85 years with the Department of Labor, so right, it's not new. There's a lot of history there, but it's the last decade or so that really apprenticeship has taken off and has been seen as the best kept secret in workforce development because it works. It's not for everybody, but it can work for anybody. That's the way to think about apprenticeship. So for every $1 that an employer puts into an apprenticeship program, and you're putting money in to pay the wages of apprentices, you're gonna put some money in for the cost of the training that the individual is going to go through, because the training costs money, right? It's not free. And although we talked a lot about the funding, and I'll show you, numbers on that as well, but there's no 100% free lunch, right? It costs something, but the money you're investing in a revolving door, recruiting efforts that are just getting people in the door and they're walking out, just instead of spending that, you may not spend any less money, you may spend more, but you're going to change that money and shift it to a different line on the balance sheet and say, we're going to invest this money smartly, strategically, so that we know we have a much higher chance of a return on this investment instead of just, spending money out the door. So for every dollar that employers invest in an apprenticeship program, $1.47 in return that they get. And that's direct, indirect. I'll show you a little bit more about that later on. And it's across the board, both in direct return and indirect return. But I don't know about you guys in your retirement accounts. Mine's not earning 47% return on my investment. So this is a pretty secure place to spend your money if you're an employer. 93% of apprentices employed with their with the employer that started the apprenticeship remain with that employer upon completion of their apprenticeship. 93%. I'm a little bit of an HR guy by trade, and I know a lot of folks in the recruiting and staffing world. I've never seen a recruiting and retention program that has 90%, better than 90% retention rate. So again, apprenticeship works. $28 for every dollar that's invested into the apprenticeship system by public and by the government, state workforce, federal workforce. For every dollar that gets invested in that program, because it's supporting employers, it's supporting individuals, it's helping to fund training partners like the community college system, right? Public education entities and so forth. For every dollar that gets invested, public dollar that gets invested, $28 is a return in the economy. Because again, you're changing people's lives. You're increasing their income, their earning power. You're enhancing the productivity and performance of businesses because they perform better when people are trained better. The average apprentice who completes an apprenticeship program is earning over $70,000 a year. Again, that's on average, right? There's lower and there's higher depending on the length of the apprenticeship and the industry that you may be in, but on average, over 70,000, pretty strong. And over the course of their career, you have two individuals come out of high school. One goes into an apprenticeship program, one does not. They start with similar companies and they follow the same career path. The one who went through the apprenticeship program, on average, will have earned over $300,000 more in their working career because of the opportunity and the strength of training that the apprenticeship program offers them, right? Because they're recognized and they're mentored by their organizations, and so they typically will find themselves opportunities for promotion and advancement earlier, and they have opportunities to demonstrate leadership earlier than someone who's just kind of working their way through the process. So something to keep in mind. Okay, so here's a little more we're going to dive into, and I apologize for all the numbers, but again, this is a business case. So return on investment for employers, all right, just to back up that $1.47 that I showed you. There was an American Apprenticeship Initiative, AAI grant, put out announced in 2017, implemented in 2018. And this grant was funded with H-1B visa money, and it was awarded out a total of $175 million to 46 different grantees, right? Some were single employer recipients, some were apprenticeship programs with multiple employers, but 46 different grantees. They studied the performance from 2018 to 2021, so typically 4 to 5 years on a grant process. And then they did a review of the grants, and they published a report last year in 2022. They went back and surveyed 68 of the employers that participated under those 46 recipients, and they had a total of 2,854 apprentices, 2,854 apprentices. They represented a cross-section of all industries, geography, right? These were all over the country, different program lengths. Some were 1-year apprenticeships, some were 3 or 4-year apprenticeships, and different occupations, obviously. Okay. What did the employers experience as a return for their investments? What did they see? The typical employer saw a positive return on did see a positive return on their investment. And most of them was directly related to the productivity of the apprentices. A 44.3% increase in productivity, which meant that for every $1 the employer invested under this grant experience, they got $1.44, right? They got $144.30 return. So 44% return on their investment. Pretty strong. Here's some of the categories of areas that they saw a return on that investment, both direct and indirect, right? Direct benefits being for the money that they invested, they got work hours performed by the apprentice, so they were paying them wages for work, and they got work hours, but they got increased productivity, they got enhanced because they're trained better and they're trained to that employer's requirements, right? So you have two businesses in the same industry, but they can do things very differently. The apprenticeship program is built for each employer, and it's customized, so it produces exactly the result, the candidate that they want. So they get better performance, higher volume, and better quality as direct results, but they also get some significant indirect benefits, right? And these are some of the areas of indirect benefits. Improved company culture, because they're investing in the people, and the people are committed and are building loyalty to the organization, because they're giving them an opportunity when no one else would. And you heard some of the stories earlier today. And it's an improved pipeline of skilled workers. So again, because of the partnership we have with workforce system, with education partners, they're always bringing new talent, identifying candidates, potentially meet the needs of the organization. So 91% saw improvement. 91% of those employers saw an improvement in skilled workers. Employee loyalty, 91%. Improved co-worker productivity. Again, you heard the story about Accenture and their interaction and the bond that's built between the peers in the organization when you have apprentices, because apprentices are being mentored by those that are just the next level above. And so it builds camaraderie, teamwork, and collaboration. Reduced turnover. I talked about the retention rate, 93% retention rate of apprentices stay with their employer. Product or process innovation, 78% saw that. So again, because they're being mentored and it's a collaborative environment, they're getting new ideas. They're thinking outside the box. When you have new talent, new perspectives coming in, there's a lot they need to learn, but there's some ideas they can bring to the table as well. Future management development. This is the big one. We talk about building career ladders, exactly, doing basic apprenticeship programs and then advanced apprenticeship programs. Aurora mentioned that earlier. That's exactly what we want to do. That's what the strategic picture should look like for your organization. Right, you can't be thinking about, this was mentioned earlier, you can't be just thinking about, this is what I need today, and this is what I need tomorrow, and what do I need 5 years from now, 10 years from now? What does my workforce look like, especially with the baby boomer generation kind of phasing out of the workforce? What's your strategy for retaining that knowledge and that corporate knowledge, that corporate continuity? Apprenticeship is a perfect strategy to do that. On-time deliveries, that was increased and reduced downtime. So not only is your organization being more productive and producing a higher quality, but you got lower safety incidents, lower safety issues, which not only continues your productivity, but it doesn't, it's not an HR nightmare because you're missing people and you got to figure out how to cover shifts and that workload. But it also lowers your liability insurance because you got a lower safety incident rate than, because again, and that happens because you got a better trained people. Okay, I'm trying to stay in time limit, so I know I'm moving fast for you. Here's some more return on investment. Employers also reported value on these indirect benefits as a percentage of what they experienced after their participation in this grant. 132% improvement on their pipeline of skilled workers. So solved a huge problem of recruitment. And again, because you've got partners helping you with that, you got the workforce system bringing in candidates to you, doing screening, doing eligibility screening and determination, giving you qualified candidates, a big pro. Improved employee loyalty. That's the biggest one from organization. You're investing in these folks. You want them to, be loyal to you. I've heard the old adage, the counter to this, the investment, making this investment, and go, well, what if I spend this money and train all my people and then they leave? Well, what if you don't and they stay? Right? Think about that. Okay. Improved company culture. Right. Again, building a collaborative dynamic where everyone is seen as a valuable member of your overall team. Again, reduce turnover and improve coworker productivity. So I think those numbers hopefully will convince you, cement in your mind that this really does work, and the data actually shows that it's not just telling you stories that tug at your heartstrings. There's a business case that supports this. So here's an example of all the industries that we're doing apprenticeships in. Everything you can think of across the board. In fact, I challenge you, if you can think of an industry that's not on that slide. And there is one, or there's at least one. Wait, anybody? Government, right? How about education? Yeah. Education industry, right? Well, 2 years ago, we did the first in Texas. We did the first in Texas teacher apprenticeship. And we're building pipelines in the education process. Teacher aides, teachers, we have a principal, or education leader, administrator apprenticeship code now. So it can work in any industry that you're in. These are some of the companies that we're doing national apprenticeship programs with. They've partnered with the Department of Labor, and they offer apprenticeship programs at every location they have in every state across the U.S. All these companies, Fortune 500 companies, some Fortune 100 companies. Okay. Investments by the DOL. So again, this to prove that the DOL is also putting its money where its mouth is. Here's some of the investments that have been made just this year, 2023. These are active grants that have been announced over FY 2023 that are ongoing. Again, talked about grants typically being 4, sometimes 5-year programs. The state apprenticeship expansion grants, $85 million. That's ongoing. Expansion of registered apprenticeships through industry intermediaries. You met some intermediaries today, right? New apprenticeship is one. HCAP is one. Dallas College is intermediary. That's right. So Equus. That's right. Equus. Right. So lots of investment there to support access, and those intermediaries play a critical role in bringing together partnerships because they can fill gaps that may not have been able to be filled by anyone else. They perform that especially well, right? So women in apprenticeship, the Want To grants, technical assistance grant program, $5 million. Scaling apprenticeship readiness across the building trades, $20 million. So there's $127 million just this year going out. Since WIOA was passed in 2014, $1 billion has gone out in grants in all these categories, gone direct to the states, gone direct to intermediaries and other contractors to support the system, gone to special initiatives and special focus grants. $1 billion, right? A lot of money. So sign up, build an apprenticeship program or partner with an existing one and get in on something. We'll help you go get it, right? No guarantees, but it's out there. You can't say you didn't know. You can't say you didn't have a chance, though, an opportunity to do it. It's out there. We'll help you go get it. We'll help you find it. Okay, here's where you can find all this data that I was quoting you. You can find all this data here on our website, apprenticeship.gov. You can go there, and then there's a resources tab. And on that drop down, you go to data and statistics. You can find all of this and all of the fact sheets, more than you ever want to know about apprenticeship and about focuses on different industries. Some of those, some initial ones we put into the toolkit. So if you scan that QR code, you get access to all those introductory pieces, fact sheets on industry, how apprenticeship fits in your particular industry. So that's all part of your toolkit that's available, but it's 10 times that's available on this website. So go there if you have any questions, or reach out to one of the partners that you're working with in the room. Don't reach out. Don't feel like you want to reach out to me directly, because I'm hard to nail down in all the territory I gotta go. But you got some valuable partners. Dallas Workforce, Tarrant Workforce, North Central Workforce. You got Dallas College. You got Tarrant College. You've got Collin College. You've got all your primary system partners are here in this room, and they're readily available. All right. So with that, it's it. Hopefully I'm on time.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Thank you.
So I want my intermediaries, my ambassadors, my workforce, all these partners. We're going to be up here. We're going to tell you a little bit about what we do for apprenticeship, and then you can just ask us lots of questions. And don't slip away. We still have the drawing for the bingo. Turn in your bingo cards, and we have Starbucks cards to give away. So we are not above bribing you to stay always.
Hang in there. There's some good stuff.
Dietrich, come on up, because you have some information to share before this is all over, right? She volunteered me to be here anyway, so. All right, so real quickly, I'm Lynn, Workforce Solutions with Dallas, Senior Innovation Manager. And what that means is I work a lot with public-private partnerships. And that gives us the opportunity to fill in the gaps that federal funding may provide, for us to never say no. Someone comes in and they're looking for training, they're looking for job opportunities, skills development, we can help them. We have specific grants for different industries, for different occupations. We work with philanthropic organizations, as well as our federal funding to provide services at 8 workforce centers in Dallas County. For apprenticeship, I'm a convener. I've had the amazing opportunity to work with everyone on this platform, and many of you here, to really advance apprenticeship, to give this opportunity to the community, to employers, and to individuals who are looking for a different way, a new way, and very specifically a better way to get into a job, to develop in that job, to grow in the job, and to keep that job.
I'm Miss Capehart, work with HCAP, which is an intermediary. What I do with HCAP is I touch all those places around the country that folks like John can't get to in their area and set up apprenticeship programs. but I also engage the Office of Apprenticeship or that state apprenticeship agency when I do that. So to make sure there's some awareness that we are developing apprenticeship programs in healthcare that they're not really available. HCAP provides incentive funding. It's not sustainable funding, but I look at it as startup. I'm a little challenged at HCAP sometimes because in my previous life as an apprenticeship and training representative, I sold apprenticeship on its own merit. I did not lead it with money. So I talk to employers about how valuable apprenticeship is. I talk about that return on investment that John talked about. And so that you should be able to do apprenticeship that is going to resolve your worker shortage and give you a sustainable workforce. And then we'll talk about money later. So now I work at an agency, well, how much money can you give us if we do apprenticeship? So I still try to talk about the merits of apprenticeship, but I know they know there's some funding out there, and we do make applications and funding opportunities available to those employers that we work with around the country.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandy Harrison Trotter, and I'm with Workforce Solutions for North Central Texas. We are the workforce board that oversees the 14 counties that surround Dallas and Tarrant, and I also serve as the apprenticeship navigator for our workforce board. Much like what Lynn stated, we also serve as a convener. We work with employers to talk to them about their workforce challenges and help them to develop talent strategies that will attract talent to their organization, as well as upskill and retain the workers that they do have. In terms of funding, we have been fortunate enough to receive 2 TWC Texas expansion grants, working with a variety of partners in different industries. And we also are able to assist employers with recruitment plans should they be looking to attract new talent to the organization. And for individuals that could be qualified, we have some funding through WIOA that can assist with that training. I also want to give a major shout out to John and Kelly. They both cover our territory for North Central, and they have been instrumental in working with employers and going to those one-on-one meetings and helping them to develop their standards, understand the process, and just how apprenticeship works as a whole. So definitely want to thank John and Kelly for that. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Michelle Day, and I'm with Actis Workforce Solutions, and we are an intermediary, so we can help provide information and technical assistance, but we're also a workforce development services provider. So we can help connect your organization to career seekers or to your local resources for some of those wraparound services. And then we also serve as a program sponsor, what we call a placeholder sponsor, to help get that program launched successfully.
Hello, my name is Aurora Geis, and I'm with New Apprenticeship, and the role that we play in the marketplace is to be that intermediary to close the chasm between what schools or perhaps any other education institution isn't necessarily teaching, so that individuals can build experience to land a job. And the way that we do that is we train mostly tech talent in pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs. But even beyond that, as a DOL national program in tech, but even beyond that, our role in the marketplace, we have a 100-year vision. And we know that if we're going to transform the way America looks at workforce, we have to take a position of the long run, meaning we've got to start building coalitions and partners that are going to scale apprenticeship. And so that really has been our focus. And we know that when we do that, we all win, because the individuals are going to be able to impact or come to any one of you in order to get trained for apprenticeship. So really that's our mission. And I follow Aurora on that one. Dallas College representative here, and we act as a sponsor to apprenticeships. And again, what does that mean? It means that we work with the Department of Labor, the employer partner, the educational system to build out what that content looks like. And that is a base of curriculum. We help teach it. We actually facilitate the training, or we work with wonderful partners that I have on the stage to help facilitate training. And then we are the ones that are responsible for keeping all the administrative work behind it. It's one of those lifts we take from the employer. In order for them to concentrate on what they do well, we are able to concentrate on the rest. But it is a true partnership in what we do. So any monitoring visits, which they do occur, John has visited us on several occasions. We are there to be able to be that person in between to supply them with what they need to show that those apprenticeships are working and they're improving in concept. And for us, we sponsor them in different consortiums. We have a consortium built system. So we have one in healthcare, we have one in logistics, we have one in manufacturing, we have one in education, as John mentioned earlier. We're really excited about that one. But just to know that we have a whole ecosystem to help support one another, because again, the lift cannot be done alone. We have to rely on each other to do what we do in our area of expertise to be able to support the scaling of what apprenticeship can do for not just Texas, but for the United States. You know, again, in Texas, we have a different infrastructure, we have a different way of thinking about things, but we do think big. So this is one of those opportunities to make apprenticeship, as you saw by the stats that John showed just in the state of Texas alone, what it looked like for apprentices. And I have to say that 6,000 number, John, about 2,000 of them come from Dallas College.
Wow. That's exactly right, yeah. And of that 27,000 and change apprentices I told you about, that's number 2 in the nation. And we're only, Texas is only behind either it switches between California and Illinois, depending on the month and the season. But Texas is consistently, number 2 in the nation on apprenticeship. So we do apprenticeship well here in Texas. So I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Renee Parker. I'm from Tarrant County Workforce Solutions. Workforce Solutions, Tarrant County. Since Renee had to leave early, they are focused on Fort Worth and Tarrant County as their territory. It's in the name, obviously, and they do again. They perform the same workforce development services and job seeker recruitment services that Brandy and Lynn mentioned. Again, on the west side of the Metroplex. And they, in collaboration with the 2 other workforce boards in the area, in that 16-county Metroplex region that we have, they are the sector hubs for the aerospace aviation sector and some advanced manufacturing and even hospitality and so forth. So between the 3 boards, a regional workforce leadership council, each board area kind of tailors to the key or the largest sectors in their region, and they just kind of divide up IT, healthcare, aerospace, whoever is most populated in their particular territory. It's a collaborative effort. So if you're talking to one of the workforce boards, the story and the service and the opportunity that you're going to see, you're going to find with all 3 partners. It's my Tarrant County commercial.
The experts are here. Do you have any questions?
I think we have one more.
Before we get started, Lynn just skipped right over me. It's all right. I have feelings they'd be heard. My name is Dietrich Garza Probst, and I work for Empower. Empower is a national nonprofit that creates pathways to economic prosperity by launching digital careers for military veterans and young adults. So essentially, we're nationwide. We have an IT program. We send those folks through that IT program, and after they come out, we help place them in a new career opportunity with in IT, essentially. So we work and partner with employers like Accenture, like Citibank, like Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase. We utilize and get donations from them as well. And they also take some of our graduating trainees or alumni from our program and place them in an opportunity in an internship or an apprenticeship. So we help them as well launch an apprenticeship or an internship as well. So we work hand in hand with employers. We're always looking for new opportunities. Right now, Texas is leading the way. We have about 120 graduating trainees that are about to graduate in December from our program. So we're looking for any and all opportunities to help assist our veterans and veteran spouses and our young adults in launching their new careers in IT. And also too, just a little plug, I mentioned this earlier, this Thursday, we do have a speed networking mock interview event. It is in Fort Worth. The event is all of our trainees that are going to be graduating will be there, and you get to meet one-on-one with them and speak to them and review their resumes and give any tips and tricks that you have. So it's a way and kind of a peek into what we do and a peek into meeting our graduating trainees in our program. So at your tables, there is a little piece of paper. It has all of the event details and the QR code where you can register for the event. Lunch and non-alcoholic drinks are provided. It is very similar to this, except for you're meeting one-on-one with the candidate. So just a heads up, any and all folks are recommended to apply or register for the event. So the more the merrier. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the audience? We're wrapping up now. We'd love to answer your questions. We can do that now. Don't forget to complete the survey. Give us some feedback. Give us your ideas. We can do follow-up with one-on-one at any point. Any questions?
Lynn, if we don't have any questions, I see Juliet's hand. I just wanted to make a statement, and the statement is, as apprenticeship partners in the ecosystem, what is a moonshot that we're all looking toward? And the moonshot, if I can influence you to support this change, is that at the state or federal level, that when contracts are distributed, we can have the state set aside a 10% allocation of apprentices that are hired. So for example, any kind of, federal or public contract, just like they have DE&I goals, diversity goals for vendors or historically underutilized businesses. Imagine if we were to advocate and have a set aside of those contracts where they hire 10% of the workforce as apprentices. Wouldn't that be awesome? Join me in that moonshot.
You're bringing up moonshots, so my ears went tingling. Go ahead, Julia.
You're probably about to address this. I was about to go in that direction, so you were thinking about the same thing. So I heard some comments from some people who left, and I have the same question. We're all passionate about this work. This is our second year doing this amazing event. What about if all of the people in this room did something? What does that look like when you're talking about that moonshot? There are people here who, and I'm borrowing some words from some people who left, who fit every bit of the puzzle, every part of the puzzle. But if this puzzle comes together or is made to come together by the people who know how to make it work, like you guys, there are nonprofits, for-profit agencies that have people that we're training. They have 120 graduates. We have about 140 this year. Only about 25% have gotten jobs because they just recently graduated. We have the apprentices, the potential apprentices. We have employers. We have funders. We have the people who, we've got HCAP and other SMEs who know this work. What would it look like if we put this all together into an action item that we can then say, hey, we did this when we meet in January. So we're meeting in January again, right? So we're hopefully having another meeting in January, another get together in January. What would that look like? That's a question for you all.
Join the Apprenticeship Accelerator.
My input would just be this. You've heard the whole ecosystem described here with all these partners. But the term that came out in the first employer panel was this: just start with one. Just start with one. Just take a step. What do we do? It's complicated. That's right. I mean, the government's involved, right? It's inherently complicated, right? So, we're not fool ourselves about that. But that's my job and these partners' job. Navigate that. You got a whole team of people working for you. Just take one step. Just make a phone call. Send an email. Express your interest. Ask your questions. We will get you answers and we will get you connected. And eventually you're going to be stuck working with this whole team of people. We will bring it together. You don't have to do that. Just take one step. Make a phone call. Send an email. Express an interest. We will do the rest. We'll get you connected.
I think too, when we're talking about the January gathering, when we all come together and actually do our pair, some people call it a plus step two, whatever you want to call it after this, that, sometimes it's just about doing. We can do a lot of talking, but it's about doing. So I would love to see us in January actually have it set up as a workshop setup, where we can actually move through the action items. Morning, certain hours, this is where we're going to start. And this is what the work group looks like. This is what we're going to cover. Same thing with this. And this is not just about the implementation of what we do, but it's about like you said, the ecosystem. We need to, at the end of the day, it should be an apprentice setup where we have apprentices there to hire. So that means we need work done between now and that time to ensure we have employers here to hire, that they understand that they're here to hire, and that we have, for those that are just starting the journey, the actual workshops where we can start with them understanding, let's bring your SMEs to the table because you want to do this. We can start the journey here. We don't have to always just talk about it. Let's be about it. So I would say, let's just do it. I don't know if I should use the phrase, but we will make it happen.
I'll say this: you bring the job, we'll bring everything else.
So I have a question. My name is Vanessa Gray, and I'm with the City of Dallas, so one of the larger employers in the area. And you had two of the larger civilian departments here today, the law department, department. We also have human resources and civil service represented here today. So we're serious, but who can we work with? I saw the toolbox, and we'll certainly go there. We need some technical.
I will raise my hand.
Okay.
We actually have a services consortium. So I would love to work with you and whoever else we need to bring to the table to make that happen. We've been looking at wastewater. We've talked about it with other cities too. So this is an opportunity. I'm seeing some synergy around the need for that. When we look at programming and trying to create programming, we're always looking at the labor market, right? Is it going to put them in a livable wage? Is it going to allow them to grow, if not directly, into one pretty quickly? And working with the city and being part of government, the benefits look different. So what's not in wage is it's in your insurance, it's in your longevity with the company. There's other things that we do to sell it out. So I would say I'm definitely open. Again, it's about not just talking about doing. So I would stick my name out there and say, let's start. We'll bring all the stakeholders to the table and ensure that you have the ecosystem there to make it happen.
What I'll add to that is you've got 3 partners here. You've got Top Talent Learning, you have Empower, you have New Apprenticeship. If it's related to tech or digital jobs, we do all the heavy lifting for you.
I'm excited. So I'll be going around with DigiCards afterwards. Make sure we get your contact information. And of course, if you fill out the survey, we will follow up.
So hello everyone. First, thank you for being here on behalf of CFT and Educate Texas. We support, our Educate Texas team supports all of the P-Tech campuses. So Pathways and Technology schools in the state, over 40 of those are in North Texas alone. And those students are graduating with micro-credentials, level 1, level 2 certificates, and industry-based credentials. What we are finding though is the moment they walk across the graduation stage with their high school, we are losing some of those students. And these are 18-year-olds, 17, 19-year-olds who have one foot in the door with one of the aligned career fields that you showed earlier. But what happens after that? Many of them aren't continuing to pursue what they started in high school. So what I'm thinking about is, of course, connecting, but are there current programs that connect those P-Tech students after high school graduation? Or who do we reach out to make sure that we are communicating that well to their campuses?
Can I take that one? Okay, first, John, do you still have the language for school to apprenticeship? As part of it?
As a part of the registration of every program.
Exactly. So here's an option. When you have an employer that has a registered apprenticeship program, and it's in the industry that your school is perhaps training in, John has a real simple template for that employer to engage what we call school to registered apprenticeship. So while that young man or young lady is in school learning the occupation that you employ in, you can register that apprentice. Is it still 16 years old, John? 16 years old. You can register them as an apprentice while they're still in high school. Okay? Now, here's the cool part. When that kid graduates in May, guess where they're going full time? To that employer. Okay? They're going to that employer as a full-time apprentice to be on that career path within that organization. I don't do that with the intermediary. We don't set up school to apprenticeship. It's just not part of what we do. But I still go talk to kids in high school because that's just one of the personal things I do. But that is one of the unkept secrets about apprenticeship in the community, that you can actually register a kid while they're in high school. Because you know, the counselor's not telling them this. Okay? If any of you sat in your counselor's office, they're telling you that you got to go to college because their metrics is based on that. Okay, how many kids are getting to college? You know, you got 10% of the kids going to college, but only 1% of that 10% is going to graduate. What are you doing for the other 90% of the kids in high school?
Yeah, so with the HB, with the House bill, yeah, everybody's shaking their head. There's going to be a lot of changes with that. But I want to also put out there, I have with me Rashawn Perry, who is our grant manager for our Apprenticeship Building America grant, and is a youth apprenticeship grant. So we're currently working with a couple of the ISDs to actually pathway career opportunities through youth apprenticeship. So again, opportunities, I know Dallas College is huge, but that is a space where we're truly trying to align what the CTE programs are doing, P-Tech programs are doing, because most of that, the curriculum and content is already there. Is what does it look like in a pre-apprenticeship setting? What does it look like in a youth apprenticeship setting? So we are building it out. We already have pathways built out in culinary right now and also in education. But we're looking at building out pathways in IT and manufacturing. We want to have at least, we want to have the industries represented in that. So again, this is a work in progress. We always are building the plane and flying at the same time, but it is a space, and we have 4 years in this grant to make that happen. So this is an opportunity to build out what that looks like for our ISDs here in the Metroplex.
I'm going to add one more thing to that, and that is it's the thing beneath the thing. And that is working with employers who have a desire and the willingness to hire 16, 17, and 18-year-olds, particularly in the tech industry. The experience that we've seen, the observations that we've seen is that they will hire them if they go through a pre-apprenticeship or a boot camp. And then they'll put them through the 1-year program. But it really starts with the employer. So the more that we can collaborate, which we have in the past with the CTE directors in the schools, to talk to the employers about the jobs they have posted and how those very entry-level roles can be served by high school students, that's a win. We have had that experience with an employer here in Dallas, and they hired roughly a little under 50 that were under the age of 21. So it can happen, but it's really the conversation and the relationship that we have with the employer, because they at the end of the day, they decide, right?
Yeah, and also want to add that some of the programs that just got approved today are straightly directed towards the BTech graduates, right? When they come out of those graduate programs, they can walk right into these programs, which can get them ready within 9 months to a year for this kind of an. So for BTech graduates, yes, all of us are here who raise our hand and work with.
Can I add something really quick from the workforce board side? So obviously we work with a variety of partners, and our education team and industry team work together to provide career exploration events for students. We recognize that all students aren't going to go to a 4-year college, or that's not the path that they need to take. And so we're constantly talking to our employers about participating in these career exploration events so that students are aware of the opportunities that they may not know exist in their own backyard. And another thing that has been helpful to us in doing that is our economic development partners. Quick example, L3 Harris in Hunt County, that's one of our rural counties. They were looking for a way to attract and retain talent because they're in a very competitive industry. A lot of those individuals were leaving to go to Dallas County, elsewhere, to work in the aviation space. And so L3 Harris actually started with hiring students straight out of Greenville High School to come to work for them that were in their STEM program while they were in high school. And so recently they developed an apprenticeship program and also a pre-apprenticeship program that will be available to all 10 districts in Hunt County. And so that's an example of, engaging with the students while they're in school, and then also on the industry side, building that space for those students to come into after high school and have that experience while they're in high school, going through that pre-apprenticeship program or CTE program, whatever that looks like.
We friends with Empower, my friend Jules say you were at Europe. We've actually gone to a high school as partners to talk about our different programs and what we offer. We've gone to Parent Teacher Night, Golf Fest, Trunk or Treat, something, just over there like, hey, college is not an option, 4 years, traditional pathway is not for everybody.
So we're here and this is what we can offer you if you're interested in IT. And even if you don't get maybe those seniors that are there right now, a junior might think about it and start planning for it. Parents are present and they'll go home and tell their kids. We offer 18 to 26, so they might have that older kid that's trying to get out of there. And then they'll come back to us and send them. So we've had siblings come through the program. Vanessa's sister went through the program after her that was on the panel today. I've had a son, a stepmom, and a dad. So they just rotated. So that word of mouth and just getting it out there that these programs are available for the young people, I know Dulce, we will come to any school anytime, just let us know.
And to that front, because I think you mentioned what is the gap for those students, right? Like what happens to them? And I think we realize we all work the ecosystem. I know Anita Bedford and I, we have a strong partnership in that framework, but we're partnered with Dallas Promise and T3, so those national pledges here in our Metroplex to show like, hey, here are the many pathways, and we partner with Empower to map out what different pathways, and so we become not intermediaries like the panel up front, but we become intermediaries for the students to figure out what do you need to make sure we get you plugged and connected. So, Mindy and I could go back and forth in that sense, but just connect with us and we'll partner with you. If you're really focused on the education aspect, we are there to support the students. So there's no gaps.
And emphasizing dual credit. You know, the potential that is there and the money that is, I have a student loan payment due today. You know, like just those opportunities that are out there and available where they can do things like with us and Tarrant County College and get that credit so they're already ahead of the game and have to pay less to get that degree if they want to. And we have many trainees, you know, we worked with Uplift Charter and at the beginning we had 2 or 3 that were like, yeah, I'm gonna go to college. And at the end, there were 20 out of the 30 that went to college and then 2 went to the Air Force. And one of our trainees came to me and was like, I didn't know I could do this. You know, I didn't think I could handle college until I went through this program. And now I know I can do anything. So she's at UTA right now. And she was on the news too. But yeah, you know, it's just, they just have to know and paint that picture, you know, of the opportunities like dual credit and appeal to the school districts and these different, there's so many schools around here, you know, where we can partner and do things like that to make an impact on these young people and put them ahead of the game, you know, before they even hit their 20s.
I just have to do, anybody that is partner or collaborative partner with Dallas College, raise your hand. So I'm saying that to say that we truly do look at the innovative ways of how we can create these successful student journeys, whether it's college, whether it's apprenticeship, whether it's, you know, whatever it is that they want to do. This is a part of what is non-traditional. There's really not anything traditional about college these days. You know, there's not a true traditional student in a sense. So to us, being able to have these offshoots that allow them to take their own personal journey to their level of what success is about what we do. And we can't do that without the collaborative partners in the room. So I say that to say, you know, we talked about it, but again, you have a whole room full of people that are able to really enrich the life not only of the student, but development with that employer partner. And I think as we grow in this ecosystem, the more people we have that are word of mouth is talking about how successful this is, that's a part of what takes off with this journey.
One last thing I'll mention on the P-Tech high school students, the apprentices that we had hired with a local company here in Dallas, several of them were in dual programs, credit programs, and we had several that ended up, after they completed their year of apprenticeship, with close to 48, if not like 50 plus credits that matriculated because we have a partnership with Southern Hampshire University. So they're halfway there.
Yeah, tomorrow we have a collaborative meeting tomorrow with Dallas College on MRI technician. You know, historically MRI used to have you had to be a radiology technician before you move in. Just to show you how we're starting to do things innovatively, we're just doing MRI technician. You don't have to come from the radiology. So, you know, this has been an ongoing monthly meeting to try to get this up and running in this area, as well as around the country, because the organization that delivers the MRI technology training is a nationwide company.
There's another question here.
Hi. It seems the conversation is necessary just to help people get careers that are becoming increasingly complex, and whether we're talking about apprenticeship pathways or all the sources to hire. We're in the IT space with Empower and top talent. So that's going to require, of course, B2B relationships, B2B contracts. And what I'm seeing is a lot of the conversations get complex really quick. What are your thoughts on reducing the anxiety loads with the, what I call the secondary conversations? The who's, the what's, the details that go in the contracts? How do you reduce those secondary conversations just to get agreement on the first conversation?
I can tell you from the healthcare side. Let me tell you, when you go into a hospital and you mention the A word, that scares me. You mentioned the A word meaning apprenticeship. That's a language they don't understand. But after those conversations that you're talking, After I can go in there because I know the language. I've spent 3+ years in healthcare. So I can go in there and talk that language. I change the language that makes them comfortable. And after they get to that comfort level, then I get that call back and say, hey, we're ready. We think we can do this. Just like John said, just start with one. Sometimes hospitals get a little overzealous. Oh, we want to do 5 occupations. Yeah. Okay, let's do one and you get your feet wet. You get that success with that occupation. And then all we have to do at that point, or John or myself would, under our standard, just add another occupation. And then we just add another. We don't have to go through that process again. So from a hospital perspective, yeah, we get past that. I can easily get past that first level of resistance, if you will. And then I get them to that comfort level. And okay, Kate, the apprenticeship guy, is coming by the hospital today to get us started on something else. Okay, so only because I had that healthcare experience. None of my colleagues have ever worked in healthcare. And so it's teaching them what to do. But at the hospital level, I can get to that comfort level where it becomes the culture, as John told you earlier, that the apprenticeship works for us. And we jump leaps and bounds at the University of Texas Medical Branch. They jump right in at 5 occupations. And they're doing yeoman's work in training people in those 5 occupations, to include RN.
Well, beyond the domain language, I'm seeing the obstacles in the contract language. Beyond the domain language, I'm seeing obstacles in the contract language. The numbers conversations, but again, I still see those as secondary.
I was just gonna ask you to clarify, when you say secondary language in the contract, say a little bit more about that?
Well, the details of the RTI versus the OTJ, the details of, where does the mentor sit? The details of how many, when, on what time schedule, who does the recruiting. Once we agree we want this to happen, that's the first conversation. But everybody gets bogged down in the contract language before we can even take one step forward.
That language is heavy in the hospital. Okay, it's real heavy in the hospital. I know what the accreditations and stuff like that is, so I know there's something in accreditation that allows for people to be trained in the facility. So we don't have to worry about the legalities of that. Some other things that you deal with in the hospital, okay, we got mentors. Well, in the hospital it's called precept, and they want to get paid to be a preceptor. So what were you doing before you had a preceptor? Well, we were training them. Okay, we just changed the name. So and then what do we do after they're done with the training? Do we keep them? Well, the premise about apprenticeship is you're training people today to resolve your worker shortage. You're not going to train them and send them somewhere else. You create a career lattice in here. So that's another obstacle we deal with on that secondary level in the hospitals. They think that once we train them, they're going to go somewhere else. No, you're training them for here today. The other language issue, or that secondary issue for us, is the education component. That is a big paradigm shift in the hospital environment because they think everyone has to come from a college or a university to come in here to work. Now you can become the training provider, that RTI provider. And so we provide them that information where this is the information that you have to have. The secondary portion that you're talking about, hospitals are laced with certifications and licensing. So you have to build a program that's going to guarantee or ensure that their staff is going to get licensed at the end of the apprenticeship, or whatever certification comes with that particular occupation. I can tell you that an apprentice, the statistics were done in Washington State. They compared the apprentices going through, let's say, dispensing optician versus the folks that went through the brick and mortar dispensing optician training. The apprentices scored 98%. They were 98% successful on the licensing exam, where those folks that came from the brick and mortar were about 60%.
And all those issues are true no matter, no matter what industry it is you're talking about. So we're talking in detail about the healthcare industry, but that's true for the IT industry, advanced manufacturing. Whatever business you're in, we're in.
I'm happy to help you shortcut the contract negotiations with a framework that we use to get to the yes. And it's easy, digestible, understandable. And for those of you who don't know who Chris Voss is, Never Split the Difference, he was a FBI hostage negotiator. If you are in the space of contract negotiations, take his masterclass.
Awesome. Do we have time for one more question? There's a question.
Copies for closers.
And by the way, just because we said we're going to break things down, we said we would walk, crawl, and then run. OTJ is on-the-job training, and RTJ is?
RTI.
RTI.
Related technical instruction.
Repeat one more time. Related technical instruction. So for the rest of us, we didn't know that. All right, one more question here from you.
Thank you so much for all that you're equipping us with. My question is a little bit different because I think we have the perfect representation here, Dallas College especially, and the government especially. So as you can tell, I do have an accent because I'm now a US citizen, so I'm freely able to work anywhere, right? But for people like me who came in as students, who end up paying such a huge amount, and these are students who come from impoverished nations or just other nations that don't earn the kind of wages that are paid here in America, and yet are expected to pay 5-10 times more than what a US citizen or somebody who's allowed to work here pays. And this is not just for me, I speak as a representation of the entire immigrant community that comes in as students. They want a pathway to where they're able to remain in school, keep their hours, honor that part of their hours, but be able to freely work without having to jump so many hoops. And my question is, especially and I wish the immigration was also here, but to say, you know what, how can we make an easier pathway for these students who want to not only come and learn, but also to give us, to work here and be productive in this nation that has been built on immigrants, really. Is there a pathway that you see either now or in the future that will address an issue like that? Because a lot of them come for healthcare even, and healthcare has a big need. And are we providing solutions for international students to be able to be even apprentices or eventually get hired without having to jump 10,000 hoops?
I'm gonna leave that one to John about the 10,000 hoops. But a lot of that is about policy. I mean, we have to follow policy when it comes to the stance of immigrants coming in and doing, the training and the educating. The education part is normally is our easier portion than when you get to hire. Because there's the legality of being able to work in the United States that we have to, it's the eyesore we have to deal with. For us in the Dallas College infrastructure, most of those things that we do with them, they can still gain experience, but it's without pay. It's because of policy, federal policy. So we do internships and things of that nature that allow them to get the experience to obtain us the competencies needed. But that doesn't break the barrier of needing to earn and learn while they're here. So again, as Aurora talked about earlier, there's a lot of policy around that we have to work through.
I was just going to add, we hire interns from Dallas College, and I'll never forget the story of one of the interns who was from Ethiopia. And he was so grateful to learn these skills. And, you know, of course, we coached him through, like, what's your purpose? What's your target? And he said, I want to learn so I can take this back to my country. And I thought that was really powerful. I know it doesn't address the barrier, but it still has an impact, the internships do, for international students.
And I'll just add this point. A lot of the funding that we talked about, right, that I presented the numbers on, this is public money, it's taxpayer money. So a lot of the rules, when the grants get issued and get passed down from the federal level to the state level to the local level, there are a lot of different requirements, right, and regulations that guide that. So we have to work within those parameters. However, there are other options and there are other ways where we can work with individuals who have that challenge and still provide similar kinds of opportunities. Another step toward that, right? I can't. I have a meeting after this with President Biden to talk about the immigration policy. Yeah, he wouldn't take my call. But a step towards that is an initiative that just got announced this week. There was a webinar about this. It's a collaboration between the Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, and I want to say Department of Education, but I can't say for sure. Definitely DOL and Commerce. They created a new initiative called Select Talent, I think the name of it is. And it's an avenue for foreign companies or foreign-based companies to access and develop talent pools here within the U.S. So there is an avenue for folks to come in through that. It just got announced. I don't know all the details yet, but there are steps towards the challenge you're facing.
And this is the one for people who are already here, like the students that are already here wanting to work.
Right. But if you identify a company, if you identify an opportunity or a need, an opening, a job need with a company that may be foreign-based, maybe it's from your home country, you can work through select talent website or program and get connected to that opportunity because you're already here on site in the U.S. and they're looking to expand they have a need for workers and they want to expand their workforce here in the U.S. That program is designed to do that. Again, these are broad strokes, but to your point, there are people thinking about that challenge and they are trying to make steps towards providing some kinds of solution.
I did want to ask one last question. Then maybe you can help us with this to recap the next steps for perhaps all of us, for each category. So big and small nonprofits like Empower, STEAM Achievers, DFW Alliance of Technology and Women, Europe and others, what could be a good next step? The educators in the house, the ones who have the biggest bank accounts, we're looking right at you. Can we all just look at her so I don't look like I'm being mean or being selective? But we're looking right at you, Dallas College, and of course the department. And don't look at her. We're looking at you too, Mr. John Kusner. You've got the big bench.
I'll cut right to the chase and tell you what we ought to do. You got a lot of partners in this room, but not enough employers. So you got a lot of team. But you don't have the MVP here. We need employers. We need jobs. You bring the job, we'll bring everything else. So my challenge would be to this: everybody in this room, you tell 2 friends, and they'll tell 2 friends, and they'll tell 2 friends. And so bring 2 employers with you with jobs to the January event, and we will put them into an apprenticeship. There, that'll be fun.
Love that.
Those are microphone moments.
Love that. Yeah.
They want to get that on record.
Yeah. I think it's being Yeah, I agree. I think that the essential driver to the apprenticeship has to be in the room, and that's the employer partner. They have to have the buy-in that this is a option for them.
And I think for all of us, if we could commit to bring at least 2 employer partners to the room that would be willing to hire that day, our work between now and then is ensuring that we have the apprenticeship set up with John and Kelly. But we will, I think if we can make that type of commitment, we can actually move through a workshop process. And at least before we leave here, have a product or a portion of a product ready for a company to move with. And then those that are already in the apprenticeship realm and are needing to hire talent, we should have them here. For Dallas College, it looks different. For us, our apprenticeships work because they hire while we train. So it's not like we train them and then you go get them a job. For us, we've stuck to the true earn and learn model. And we want them to come out debt free. That's why the dollars we have. So she's talking about the dollars. Yeah. The dollars we have, right now, we have dollars for a Department of Labor grant. It's probably about a year and some months left in it for IT, for manufacturing, for logistics. It's to pay the tuitions. It's so that we can help our apprentices get through those opportunities debt-free, which is a whole part, again, of the ecosystem. We're trying to get them best prepped to be able to go and do what they need to do to take care of their families, to improve their communities. That's the big part about how Dallas College does the sponsorship for us. And we've been blessed enough to have employer partners that have bought and said, yes, we agree. Let's break down that first barrier that they need to be employed as they go through the apprenticeship. So for us, it looks a little different. When I say bring an employer, my employer already have hired. But in a space where we can do that, let's make that happen. I think that's the beauty behind the. See, they told cut me off. That's the beauty behind it. Yeah. But I'm just saying, the money, the dollars that we have support the apprentice, right?
That pay wages.
That pay wages, but it does pay their tuition. And we have wraparound support for them. They have a mentor, they have a coach, they have that infrastructure they need to be successful. So much of the dollars that we have go towards that. We do have some dollars where we help expand apprenticeship, like we have worked with New Apprenticeship, we work with Empower, or we have some other folks that we work with to actually expand their apprenticeships that they already have in place. Again, it's a collaborative effort. There's enough work here in the DFW Metroplex for all of us to be able to assist in that space. But yeah, we do have dollars right now. We probably have I have $5 million that I'm working with youth apprenticeship. We have another $10 million that is with the transportation, logistics, and manufacturing grant that we have. Then there's still dollars to be spent there too. So along with the workforce boards, they have some dollars. I'm not the only one with dollars. The workforce boards have some dollars too. So I'm going to toss the mic to them to talk about their dollars.
Well, as I mentioned before, our board currently does have an Apprenticeship Texas grant. We do have named partners at this point, but there's always the opportunity to amend in other employers that are interested in developing their registered apprenticeship program. Those dollars can be used for a new program or to help expand an existing one. And then in terms of the workforce side, we have funding through WIOA, multiple programs. You have the on-the-job training that could be of assistance with registered apprenticeship. There is eligibility obviously attached to that WIOA. But as you heard earlier, when an employer or apprenticeship sponsor is able to hire one of the workforce center candidates, someone who's receiving some type of services from us, well, that's also a tax credit for the employer. So it's definitely a mutual benefit for both employers and apprentices. Lynn, is there anything you want to add on the board side?
No, exactly. And so when we talk about WIOA, W-I-O-A, that's what we were speaking about earlier in some other calls, is the employer, this is an employer-led activity. We understand what the employer needs. We prepare people for that. It doesn't mean we have folks sitting around waiting for jobs, because our job is to get them prepared and get them to work. But once we start to learn of an opportunity, we have really honed in our ability to outreach individuals that have similar interests, background, work experience, etc., and show that they would be interested and would excel in a specific occupation. So we're happy to work together with an employer to get folks into pre-apprenticeship or apprenticeship and then make sure that they're eligible, enrolled, and that's where all the opportunities come with the federal funding. Well, this has been an amazing day, and I know we're a little late, but we still have a drawing. And so if you have done your bingo and you've turned in your paper, which I've got one someone dropped off to me on the way, I think Juliet's in charge.
Can we give it up for our Canada, our Kentucky, ambassadors and all that? This is where we get to win, leave home here loaded with the money we were talking about. Well, not that kind, but it's money anyway. So, behind me, yes. Awesome, awesome. So if you haven't turned in your bingo scavenger hunt, oh, look at that, Miss Aurora brought this. This is not the best time to leave because you're about to lose out on some buku money in the form of Starbucks gift cards. Who knows, that's the best kind, right? So, Vanessa. Where is Vanessa? And can we have our Scrum Master Apprentices help us with this? Let me see. Mindy Cummings. June Coates. Oh, so if they're not here, come on up, come on up, come on up. And I believe Miss Lynn we were talking about taking, oh, there she is. 10. We have 10 cards and we want to prepare for photos as well, right? Yes. Okay. June Coates. Give it up for Miss June. She was at June Coates? Okay, awesome. Deidre Hammond. Hey, congratulations. Mike Allen. You are a grand prize winner of a Starbucks gift card. Where's Mike Allen? Oh, that means we go to the next person. Leanne Spell. Leanne. She's got the entire thing filled out, except the free space. Yeah, look at that. Dale Moon, where's, oh my gosh, Mr. Dale, you're leaving here with, it's a $10 gift card for Starbucks. This is great. This is big money, I love it. Michelle Day, where's Michelle? Michelle Day. Oh, Michelle, do not leave without that. Might just help you spend that money. All right, next one. How many more? Let's see. Aurora. Yes, ma'am. Congratulations, Aurora. How many more do we have? Okay, Nicole Arrington. She's not here? No, we'll send her apologies. Thank you. Tisha Johnson. Is Tisha here? She just left. That means we could go to the next person. Love Kelly. It sounds like we should say I love Kelly. There we go. We love Kelly. Very good. So then can we go back to, is it Tisha Johnson? Wait, who did you say left? Nicole. Nicole is a lucky winner of the last card. Yes. Congratulations. So yes, please accept this exceptional gift. I think this deserves a photo or something. Okay, there is one special prize. This one is at the request of our Scrum Master Apprentices. They voted for one person, so I want to get your attention, please. And we have your attention, please, especially Mr. Kuzo. He's evangelizing something. We'll give him some time. Mr. John?
Doing business.
I'll just saying that you're evangelizing something very important. I love it. So, there is one person that the Scrum Master Apprentices voted for this last grand prize. And I will tell you, I just want to give hats off to these Scrum Master Apprentices plus the other apprentices for their exceptional work that they did. Thank you for the many hours. And for making this event a success. Yes, absolutely. And they even taught all of these guys how to use Jira. Yes, which they call Jira, all of the technologists, they were calling it Jira. Yes, she can use Jira, Mr. Kuzma and everyone else can use Jira. She called it Jira. Okay, and would you tell us who is getting the last prize? He's speaking right now, that's the context, he's speaking right now to Mr. Kuzma. You're the one who has been voted on. They wanted to give you a gift, and Mr. Yes, Mr. Linus. And she'll tell me why you're getting the prize.
First person here.
Very good. Thank you all so much for playing along, and I hope you had a good time. Dropbox all the way.
All right, real quickly, before we go, we want to once again recognize our gold sponsor, Top Talent Learning, these folks that are standing. Silver sponsors, Dallas College and Europe, thank you all so much. Bronze sponsors, Learning Alliance Corporation, Empower, STEAM Achievers Dallas, New Apprenticeship for the Starbucks Cards, and Communities Foundation of Texas for the beautiful facility. We could not have done any of this without you. Our Scrum Masters have been amazing with their project management skills. Our social media folks here from Texas Media Group, amazing, thank you so much. Everyone. Speakers, you made it. We want to do a photo. So rush the stage, let's see if we can get a real quick something put out there. One more thing. We will see you in January. We don't know where yet, but we're planning to get together in January and do a Q1 event. We follow up, do those breakout sessions. Thank you all.
There's a lot going on. So either way, hopefully we'll have a chance to work together. But either way,
I haven't even sent them to you. Oh, my dog.
That is a great champion.
I know. I know. Terrible. Get it this morning, not sure. So, hey, wait, right. It's correct.
It's been time. Great to meet you, John.
Okay.
Oh, here. Come on.
Thank you.
Join Glenn up there. Getting 2 layers of.
You know, it's all people done. You have every gathering.
Gathering.
There you go.
Someone talk to all the friends.
Bring out that second row. Now scoot in for the second row. Advance, rise to the second row.
All right, you see it, please.
Rise, please. Go down slowly.
John. I know. Hi, John.
What you doing there?
Excuse. No, this is something. Oh, yeah. Hey, Savannah, can you say?
It's very important.
Are you going to the corner? John, come to the center.
Tell you what, so we got.
John, or the chief now, you don't get to fly. John, it's too late. It's fine. Wow. What did I find? Everybody. The stage, big winning.
The marriage of ideas. Love the attitude. All right.
Wait, Savannah, get in here. Get in here. No, you're the moderator.
All right.
Now, let's get up with your big candidate. It's her name. Okay.
Well, I can adjust my height too.
See? Right. All right. If you're not paying attention, your eyes. One.
So that's my email as well. Yeah, that's like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's funny when you first started seeing I'm like, oh, no, this. That's the beginning of the name. Anita, close. And that one was just waiting hard. Don't wait.
Groups of names. Groups of names.
You know.
I didn't speaker here all the time. That's nice change for me. Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, sir.
Everything good.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Here it is. And there's a place. Closer, go. Okay.
Just saying, picture things.
I'm trying out this here.
Okay.
Here we go.
That sound. Oh, is he going to talk? Guys.
All right. All right, smile. Say apprentice. Apprentice. Hey.
Wait. Double checking.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Apprentice.
All right, speaking of apprentices, everyone free apprentices, please come here.
Oh. So sure enough, I can go either.
Close the gap. Yeah, I just wanted.
Wait, did you spot check now? Orcas? You got everything chopped down?
We have random stuff.
Yeah.
Apprentice.
Okay, then, happy face or something silly. Something silly.
I'll count the time. 1, 2, and take in.
Thank you for joining us today. See you next year.
Okay.